Henrik is here. Let me and
How's
them.
the sound, guys?
Yes, we have Henrik. Let's go for Peter for now.
So,
Run through Peter and
hello
see
everyone. How are you doing
some
today?
territories. He's quite quiet today, by the way. Yeah, I need to change the name of the stream also.
Touch low, eh? Let me boost it a little bit. It's better. It's better.
Yeah, it's better now.
We're good. Sound check. Sound check. Better. Great. All right. So, lots of work, little sleep lately.
I know
That's
that
what's
feel.
going on at Star World here. But it feels good because we're making a lot of great progression. You're a bit too white. I do look white on the screen, don't I? Something is up with my camera. One day I'm orange, one day I'm white, but I guess it's fine.
Now the shades of
Good
Emperor.
So yeah, we've been spending a lot of focus on performance as one of the big thing. As you all now know, we're moving over to Unreal Engine 5. This will be a very huge milestone. Being the world first MMORPG on this technology, Unreal Engine 5.
Yeah, that's why all this
and,
rush.
Unreal 5 comes with a huge update,
Hopefully it will help
especially
promotion.
when it comes to how to illuminate the game world, making it much more realistic and beautiful. And along with that, usually comes some requirements on hardware, which means, obviously it comes at a small baseline increased cost of various things when it comes to utilizing this technology. So we worked very hard to make sure that client performance is as good as possible. And you guys helped us out with a battle test. What was it, 2 patches ago, right? The first battle, we identified stalls, CPU stalls, where people froze during mid-combats, if you remember what I'm talking about, if you were here in that test, which obviously raised some concerns when it comes to battle experience, right? So we put all hands on
We need content.
identifying that. So we had a debug client. So with your help, we identify those
I need to avoid
bottlenecks and
situations
different
with
things
Martel.
causing the stalls. And the patch we went
Second one.
on PTR
Hello, hamster.
yesterday had those fixes in it, and you guys were very helpful again to pretty much confirm our possible fixes, and it seems like you got the same confirmation result as we did, which means very smooth experience in mid-combat as well. It was very clear what stood out, along with the new engine that kind of didn't behave good enough. So there's a few things that we're utilizing more now, which is actually the hard drives. So if any one of you getting some stall still and you are on a old mechanical drive,
That was the run though.
that is one component that is being a little bit out of date.
Oh.
There are cases where you load data and you notice those stalls more or starters more on an old hard drive. So it's not optimal anymore to use those older hard drives for these types of games. We already seen a few games that actually have it as a requirement, which is quite jerry. But we understand why, right? And of course also depending very much if you have a very old CPU, old GPU, obviously it's gonna be difficult to run it in with amazing FPS. That's just how it works with a little bit newer technology. But we're very happy to see from the feedback based on the test that very smooth overall. Also increased baseline FPS since last build.
Middle
that's
area
one of
doesn't
the-
look that different.
a lot
Also
of the
depends
hard
on
work the
territory.
team
Yeah?
have been doing when it comes to
It doesn't look
performance
pretty
and,
much
just
same.
running around in the world
Some more
without
details and
having
more
these huge,
3D on rocks and stuff.
as you call them, node lines.
Also depends on
are
when the
pretty
sun
much
is
removed from
fully
the game, but
glowing.
they are level streams, and they are mostly
Wouldn't go
gone
if they
now from
lowered
the game in
something.
all locations. There may still be some very short
Whoa, what the hell?
drops in FPS, but it
What the
should
hell is
absolutely
this?
not to be the
I
long
didn't write this route in
several
Peter at all,
seconds
I think.
freezes.
Look at this, what the hell? Oh, the grass vanished. Yeah, there was such bug on this hill in the past. Not sure it still exists or not. It's just everything vanished. Where all the grass and stuff.
So we have a few things today that is gonna be interesting to go through with you guys.
Look at this, how fluffy and fancy it is. The way before. And now it's
I'm
just
waiting
cut
on
it away.
a little
And also was kind of freeze or something.
document that we're gonna also go through
The
when it
hell is
comes to
this?
upcoming roadmap work and focus.
Like I switched to you for me do or something, even worse actually.
Did we push live the 5.3 hotfix, guys? Did we do a PTR patch today or?
Yeah, 300 doesn't make it
I'm a little bit out
cross
of
like
loop here.
further already. It still spawns basically.
No, we didn't, right? No. So we do have one important hotfix.
Don't see any changes.
identified
like 200 or 300.
One big stall on, like I said, older hard drives had a huge stall, several seconds, even more than that. And we got a hot fix from Epic Games that's supposed to fix that, so it's much more acceptable for those that have older hard drives. Current document. So I'm gonna present to you the different features and content that we're gonna vote
Don't
on
see any bush beans.
and discuss
They had all the grass
more
in
in
there.
depth,
There's one
and
sprint
then we'll
over there.
build the roadmap based on that. John Oldman, thank you for the
The grass is
subscription.
generated further.
Hi there, hi there.
What would happen again? Yes, the same
Staff
spawn.
Magic is on that list, so we will shortly go through it. Danny, thank you for the bits. When we get the MO1 armor system where copper-based armor like TM provide shock resilience and material like ABAM and Pyrophyte block other types of magic. We never had that in Mortal 1. We didn't have armor that resisted any magic. This is the first time we actually add categories to be able to affect exactly that. So as you've seen already with elementalism, some of the damage types are magical, heat, blunt, piercing,
once and go bang it here.
and obviously armor works as you would expect, negating blunt or piercing, for instance, or slash.
And now it's fine after end. It's just some fragment was broken. Foliage or whatever.
So let's see. There is a Diva system also on this list. We will go through it shortly.
Also need to work this. It's
you
too over
want
bright
more
in a day.
FOV. You want higher fog?
Strange.
You can take a look on my notes.
Yeah, that's what
See
happens
if
if you
it's
sit close
possible to
to
zoom
monitor
this a bit.
and don't have proper light and camera. That's why I didn't want to use webcam at the very beginning.
We'll see.
Now I just don't want to use because it would be inconvenient. Maybe I'll return to better avatar eventually. Hard to say, but I need better GPU for this anyway, and more personalized
Steering wheel.
stuff. But yeah, you would look like this if you didn't have proper camera and light in the room. Because in the room, light from monitor is too bright in comparison with everything, so getting this bluish light
We'll take a look on the fog
and looks like zombie.
settings if there's something we can add.
But with bright light in your
Sitting in a
face,
chair is on the list.
better.
Yes, it comes included in a little
And again,
specific feature that I will go through shortly here. We are still working on updating the bubble and the taxes so that's more clear and understanding. They're obviously, you know, they go on top of each other's, confuse what goes where, right? So we are still working on that and polishing. Guild members must have access for paying upkeep for all guild structures. Yeah, that's one topic, right? We have got a lot of feedback since we announced our latest PTR patch notes. That's always good to get indication and feedback and discussions while there's still time and testing things, right?
It's only Gather boss left. All the grass vanished here. And now it's started again.
First of all, we're gonna go through it, right? And then we're gonna post it also on the forum so everyone can read it in whenever they want and can, so they get a good understandings of exactly what we aim to deliver along with those features and content. And then we will open up the voting session, which kind of so you will be able to log into your account on our website, and there will be a option to vote on these different categories here.
So it will not happen on
Steam. A few ones that you will be able to select in each category, actually. And then we will use that as indication of, you know, hopefully help us iron out interest and the different order of things, because we have, it's a huge list, right? I can't even guess in total how much development time we're talking about when it comes to covering the entire list. But obviously some of them may be much more important to have early on rather than later on, right? So those are the things we're going to try to together go through.
Yeah, people also make many accounts for Twitch and just vote for whatever they need. But in any place they can create many accounts and vote for what they need.
What do you mean, for the votes or what?
So yeah, I would say that in game it should be it should be made in game. The same problem.
At a voting game for subscribers. Yeah, we'll take a look, right? Currently we're looking at using the account section because that's the system connected to Steam, Epic Games and the payment solutions, which allows us to identify players, and we could also identify subscription status and such. So obviously we want to make the voting as controlled as possible. So yes, we are looking into those different options. Will it be one vote for account or one vote for copy? So those are the details, right? We're gonna clear out. Either it's gonna be you log into your account and vote, obviously, which means then if that case, if you have 3 accounts, you can log into those 3 accounts and that will result in 3 votes. So we'll have to see, right?
Get away small votes because of it.
Tie them to active accounts. That's one solution, right?
I would say it would be good to wait for 1 month and do the vote in game for subscribed accounts.
So that's the thing. We're not really selling any items. We're not gonna add a microtransaction shop where you can buy your weapons or anything like that. We offer, as many wanted, a package discount for those that know that they've been here for a long time. They're still following the process, which means they see the support pack that we're offering now. That is a nice discount. And if anyone wanted to jump aboard on that already now, that would be, you know, an option for those. And since we haven't really opened up the gates again for random new players, no marketing, no awareness, it's mostly our current player base that see this only. But yeah, the first step is to go through the different topics options for the roadmap, and the next step is to have the voting session. I'm not sure exactly when we start it, but obviously we're gonna make it well known for everyone. Right.
And again, damn, so many bugs in middle now. I encountered them multiple times, but I think I reported them, but I'm not sure. But I think it was a bit less
A
of
moment,
them.
I'm a little bit distracted here while I set up the sheets for the roadmap. I don't want to put the sheet documents. I want to put up a little nice picture in the stream so everyone can follow. So bear with me if I'm a little bit distracted for a moment here, and then we'll go back at it.
Damn. But even this way more detailed than first mortal. But yeah, it looks like grass function doesn't work in some areas. Like you can see grass and objects there, but you can see anything here mostly. But interesting, some objects are just static, not connected to this function. And here we go. Many small rocks, tiny rocks, different types of grass. This looks way better
right.
than this. Huge
Still
difference.
have more than 1,000 more accounts due to...
This I actually just want to run through all the roads near cities to see all the towers that they place, because this is a change that they did in this patch. Yes, it's U5.
Cancellation available for Savage Mantle packs.
So U5, maximum settings, bounce at DLSS.
What do you mean?
Can keep it in 300s for now. Let's see, let's do maximum testing. But it's basically doesn't affect anything much.
How often does
It's effect on some objects and cities mainly.
Going forward. So, as you've seen, it's been quite painful for us just as a view. You know, obviously we've never been this standing still for this long since forever.
We
had to make the critical decision to jump over and freeze the branches pretty much.
Shaken.
Which kind of puts live status into a frozen state. And not in the best state, we fully agree with that. Especially a lot of important TC polishing fixes that has been reported since we delivered those functions. And naturally, if nothing happens for a long time and it's not the best state, population goes down, people take breaks, and that was kind of expected.
And
that's why we need to get going with Unreal 5, put the core in, because with that in, finally we can move forward, right? So one branch, one effective team working on the same branch and content and engine. So next week we deliver Unreal Engine 5. With that in place, we can finally make more frequent patches, including hot fixes if we need to. And the plan is to have more regular patches. So most likely we will have one small focused patch, and then maybe a little bit larger patch, and then small again, and cycle like that.
But how often will these
during
patches?
Beta phases, we've gone through a few different cycles, as you've seen. I think we had quite a record phase during beta phase. We just threw out tons of content and features, but obviously during beta we didn't have the same requirement on polish state. So obviously we need to make sure we don't just throw out huge, big, many systems at the same time. We want to make sure that we have
I need to test every system
enough
separately.
time to do some PTR
Into
runs
gameplay updates,
and
more rare,
then
but
go live with
add
that
more
on
small
the live
features
server.
between them, like POIs and stuff. Yeah, the change is positive, of course, for ability to pay for houses only for sub accounts.
Some content this year. We agree, you know.
There'll be more space for new people to build.
Comes with a few important things, not
Less
only
alt accounts, structures and
lights,
stuff.
right?
So,
It comes with
fine.
very important core upgrades, improvements for the future, much better foundation, much better capacity in many ways. And of course, we are future-proof for many years to come when it comes to having one of the best looking MMO on the market. But with that, we also have a huge list of bug fixing and polishing, a lot of TC fixing, as I mentioned. And also
Space
very
so flat,
important
yeah.
system
They have
that
5
helps
FPS drop or
especially
something.
new players that are quite lost when I arrived to Milan,
200 probably
but
will be
also
fine.
content for veterans to play around with, obviously, which is the task systems.
Yes,
And we got a
200
lot of
fine.
surprisingly positive feedback from a lot of veterans when it comes to the task system. So it's not only there for new players, but obviously important part to get them going a little bit, because that's been fully been missing.
New guard towers.
Are you planning to expand your studio when subs go live, or how are you deciding when to expand the team? So yeah, the plan is, as we mentioned before, we obviously aim to slowly grow over time in a hopefully controlled manner. We're gonna pinpoint important marketing influencers, awareness for the game. So obviously the goal is to have a steady growth. Hopefully a steady growth of subscribers, active players,
hopefully,
and along with more resources, which is obviously a huge game changer for us and for all of us, right? The game will change for the better the more resources we're able to get. So absolutely, we plan to reinvest any profits that are possible will be put back to the development of the game. We are looking to expand in various areas in the studio.
I don't see any towers here. That would be reasonable to make one in this canyon. Because this is one of the places where people gain connection to each other. And there's no tower, not even close. Look at this. Strange decision to place only one there. Why not place anything this round? Such a huge gap between towers sometimes. Doesn't make much sense. At least there is another tower. I would say that the game needs more towers like this than just one. But we don't know about patrols. If there will be patrols on the road, that will be better. But with all these animals and stuff, most likely there will be no patrols. Otherwise it will be weird if they would walk near these creatures and bandits and just attack them.
So that was about that one, I guess.
But on the other hand, this is far away from
3-month dev cycle
main
content patch
parts.
that provides at least 2 months of content is fine, and small patch in between for quarter life bug fix, etc. Yeah. We tried a few different phases over the past 2 years, and I think we have a pretty decent understanding and experience within the team, how much and where we can focus together as a team, and how we put that puzzle together depending on what content we are working on. And we see a lot of beneficial when we dedicate the entire team on very few areas, so we can work as a team together and really make the best out of it, rather than having it too split up in many different small teams. And also, since it's so important to deliver stable, polished content moving forward, especially now when subscription is going to be enabled as well. And yeah, I mean, again, it's very important that we have regular updates, improvement quality of life, along with carefully picked content and features, so we know that there's always an interesting for players to join in the game. Someone that taking a break can come back months later and see interesting new systems, from everything from combat to non-combat, that just adds more sand to the game, makes more players interested of the game. There will be something for everyone over time, more or less, and that will expand also over time. It's a true sandbox game. That is the key word for Mortal 9, right?
Sure.
Don't worry, Henrik, I know you made a good move with Unreal 5, just we really need some fun stuff this year. Our guild's struggling with this a lot, and I'm sure a lot.
Yeah, the whole year is no content.
And I think we're gonna find those golden gems on the roadmap that I'm gonna present shortly. And I think those will be
they will come next
creating
year,
the upcoming very exciting patches.
Because we have 1 month
we're getting
left.
close to Christmas, right? And we always have a little bit Christmas holidays around there, so we need to be careful not overdo those things. But we are planning to have a little Christmas patch That's a nice little tradition we have every Christmas for Immortal Line.
Its own house will be
I'm
burned
sure
again.
many of you guys have experienced some of those seasons already. Sorry.
Fernanda, can you refute my friend's assumption? Think
Oh.
say a guy. Who think?
Um,
Oh, well, some, especially Russian people,
yeah,
have
excuse,
this
sometimes
problem.
it becomes
They
a
expect
bit of
that the girl cannot
Q&A from
like
them,
games
but,
and behave like
I am
not like
waiting
no
on
princess or whatever. Like
a picture
people
I'm gonna
different.
put on here with some of the information. That's why
I'm definitely not a guy.
doing some question answers.
I don't know. Mine was
while we wait.
maybe not
That's why I was
most
a little bit
usual, but
delayed on
anyway,
today's
definitely
stream
not
as
a
well.
guyish one.
The support pack
I'm just not
is
that young.
going
I'm
in
not
a steady
16
rate.
years
Yes,
or
we are
something.
very happy to see the support.
I'm 34
within the
years
player
old.
base.
I'm old
like I
woman.
said, every small step like that makes an impact directly. That's what's
Well,
very
not
exciting
really
for
old,
us.
actually,
We are a small
but
independent
still.
company. We don't have huge
Oh yeah, I'm
expenses
just a
compared
bot.
to the giants. We are not hundreds of
I'm
developers.
Artificial AI.
Um,
I know.
we-
Artificial intelligence
our
3.0.
sellers doesn't really compete with the giants either,
Not gay,
because
okay?
we have to do what's
What?
possible, right? You know, whatever we can cover, we cover.
Oh,
right?
I like
We try
men
to
if you
make
mean
these
this.
happen, and we know that we only have
I'm a woman after all.
you know, this shot to make this as good as possible. And if we get the support by the players, we are able to finally grow and continue this journey and just add more and more over time.
People just think that if you're not showing your face, then oh, your eyes are ugly, or you a man, or whatever. Like,
Frog the Pirate.
it's just I hate the bright light in my face. I don't want to sit on camera. I'm just enjoying the game how it is. I'm a gamer, and I'm sharing what I'm seeing in games, and commenting the stuff. That's what I'm doing. Like you may like it or may not. I don't want to pretend that I am pretty 16 years girl sitting in front of camera and just gathering donations, whatever.
So
No.
obviously there's a few things
It's
we
not
know
my
called the live
content.
fixes, polish, that is ongoing as the
Everyone's
events get
different,
reported.
and it's
So we
fine.
always have some dedicated time for polish, right? Going through those reports from the players, reproduce them, recreate those cases, confirm them, and then put them to the right developers to handle them. There's always a lot of that going on in the background, and over time,
So
obviously,
what is the road
it
here?
goes
Actually, I'm a
down,
bit lost
right?
around. I'm
The
trying to
more
find
of
road
those
to
we
see
have fixed,
towers.
the less of those get reported. But there's also a good list of quality of life. That is also quite a decent list. That may not be critical, but very
FPS going a bit lower here.
appreciated for all
little
players,
bit.
right? So we're looking at those things as well every now and then to see where we can put some of those in. For instance, the brokers
Mini-3 is
system,
lower
right?
in FPS,
Better
for
filtering
sure.
options there is
Just
something a
max
lot of
the
people are looking
settings.
forward to. So those are some of the things. The chat window system, there's quite a few things there we can improve as well and give us filtering options. So there's a decent list of quality of life that we know we want sooner or later. But we also know how important it is with content and feature now when we've been still for so many months.
Damn, this area looks
People
so
are
much better now.
Hungry for new stuff, right?
Yeah, like, people
and that's
starved
part
for
of
new
these
stuff
types of
already.
game, right? As long as we have a steady progression, people are steadily playing, right?
Yeah, some objects still looks quite
Okay,
ugly
let's
so
see,
far. The raw forest looks nicer. The dark shadows looks off. Like they're too black. It shouldn't be so black. It's just like dark green, dark green, dark green, black. Why is this one is black? 'Cause I don't remember this cliffs. What the hell is this? Looks so different. Is it change landscape here? Look at these vertical things. What the hell is this?
Guys.
I completely don't remember them. Also, textures look strange from afar. Like low res and weird. I didn't remember this part. Does this exist on U4 right now? I usually don't run through this part of Vada Forest, but still. I don't remember this. These vertical things left and right. They maybe reshape the area. Like, look at this.
But yeah, again, it's varies a lot, right? Depending on who we're talking to here, what kind of content, what kind of
Yeah,
fixes,
I
what
know,
kind
I
of
know.
quality of
No,
life.
just
So
trying
it's
to
important
explain
that
it.
we try to look at
I'd rather get into these
what is the
questions
biggest
nowadays.
bang for the buck, pretty much, right?
But still, sometimes I'm getting them. Mostly from Russian people.
To stop consulting on the seed with their option, it looks better. What do you mean? We're not consulting with Odin seed. It was a long time I
Consulting
even
with Odin
met
seed,
them
seriously?
in game. I saw
Let's
some
go back to
streams
Strad.
yesterday, but that's it pretty much. Players interact with the system the devs give them. When those systems drastically change, like the new red system, the devs or reset option, or otherwise we're asking players to play the future. I mean, we always talked about consequences, red players murdering, griefing, the nations and all that, and it's always been the same stance on that. Mortal Online is not a Rust game without consequences where you can go murder and grief or kill anyone at any time. I mean, you can, right? But there are consequences. It is a persistent MMORPG also, not only a quick session survival in and out game. And I think we have been pushing on that very hard in every stream and every announcement since Mortal Online got announced many years ago. And we try to explain and write about all the future content,
I guess.
including future content that may be far away, but mentioned that those are plans. We have visions, you know. So that's also part of the long journey, right? Yeah, we are already adding guard towers and patrolling guards around the nations, and
FPS definitely struggles here. Like it's barely 60. Just for me.
And a final decision on account card transfers. No, so the Diva system is one of the points here, right? And that is first off supporting additional character slot on one account. That comes with a few technical quirks that we have to go through. The second question that comes after that from a lot of players is obviously, would it be possible to merge an account? And that is another secondary technical component that needs to be addressed. We need to look at one thing at a time, right?
The edges and roads are very apparent through all the round. I'm not sure that I should report them right now when they trying to fix the most crucial things. There are way worse things to fix right now.
Up, like you said,
and all they need is just run through the road and fix that. Because you need to fix it everywhere, as you can see. So I'm not sure that it makes sense to report even.
As far as content, I feel like Spiritists need more spells.
If you go on Hesperia, I report main things there.
So as you know, we have
changed for now.
A final group for elementalism entities, which is a pretty cool thing.
Make game playable without falling through textures and
very
stuff.
Large school that went a little
they have
bit
more serious problems.
On the top.
And everyone in Hesperia, there are big black spots with shadows everywhere, etc. Flickering.
And then, only then,
so they need to fix many crucial things, not the tiny problems.
Depending on some of the feedback.
I didn't play PAX Day, but I hope that will be good. It have a chance to be good. But the third person
9 camps
have weird combat for now,
patch as well.
Weird animations, etc. We'll see. Have a chance to be
top
good.
To bottom, where there are fewer, and we try to spread some of those in those more empty areas. So yes, about 9 so far.
If you pay attention to the road, you'll see that there's ages, problems, and angles and stuff, they're everywhere.
Look like for lawless wilderness zones.
There's no reason to report every single one of them.
These areas. So obviously, depending on what we're looking at here, if we're looking at wilderness PvP oriented content, which you will see some of those also on this list that we're going to talk about.
Still no towers.
We know obviously that we need content in those areas as well for those that are here for combat, wars. There's many different areas that promote that kind of conflicts, hotspots with different features. And some of them are very naturally placed in wilderness areas. So anyone that want to compete with that can go to those areas, and obviously will most likely have
And also
conflicts
this
with
one is
other
definitely new.
like-minded groups, right?
Definitely change it.
So yeah, there's a lot
Look at
on the
this,
map
that's a huge change.
when it comes to that kind of content as well. And like I said, we will have some of those topics.
Oh, they changed textures for this. It looks so different.
Roadmap. Shit, I'm freezing, guys. It's like 20. No, it's like 18 degrees in this room. Even I have a thick sweater. It's
I have 50 FPS
so
here. Yeah, first very heavy
like ice bits.
on UE5. Way heavier than on
winter is
UE4.
coming. Winter is
Shadowing is very heavy with all these trees. I need to optimize it somehow if it's possible.
Okay,
but
let's see.
maybe
Looks
it's
like
actually limitation. And I just need better GPU anyway.
Guys, I'm gonna
But with 28,
just gonna
this forest is too
download them
heavy for maxed
correctly.
settings.
What the hell did I
If
get?
you wanna play active in this area, but at the lower end.
And
But
then,
they definitely
we're
changed
gonna
the
go
layout of the place. There were no such vertical cliffs. And it's in many places now, but they don't say any POIs above or anything else. Just cosmetic change basically. There are more rocks like this around. No, it's less.
One moment here.
And no towers around Vanda. Interesting. So it's just frontier town without any towers outside of it. Interesting. Okay, which way should I go then? Probably the no towers and step. Anyway, let's go to Bhakti then. Maybe between Bhakti and Vata will be something test. I should grab Desert Horse, not Yodan. Yodan is this now.
Newies, thank for the prime.
Damn, this looks
Appreciate
fancy.
it. I'm most interested in the roadmap. Yes, we will cover it very soon. Give me a little moment. I'm waiting some of my artists that are putting it together so I can display it in a proper way. That's what I'm waiting right now.
It's not the proper road actually. I want to run through proper roads to actually see if there are any new towers for newbies. There are mostly decent amount of between Fabrum and Tendrum. But outside of this place, it's deficit of these towers. Mostly none of them between Middle and Tendrum. There are a few of them around Midulia. And after Midulia, there is nothing so far. So, which is... yeah, this is around.
Dragon in a jungle?
What? Dragon in the jungle? I doubt about that. We might expect some tribreads, camps, or caves, maybe at least one somewhere, because there are new tribread warriors in the game with weapons, like in first game they were. They should be way stronger than standard dreads. Maybe can be rebalanced here, but anyway, there are new risers and new tribreads, so yeah. Should be something new. Oh, this road most likely there will be no towers. But what is the normal road to Bhakti actually?
Hope thievery
From
never
here.
happens. Did you see thievery in Mortal 1, Orson? It was a pretty cool feature, but it has some
Let's
flaws
play it of the road
in Mortal
somewhere.
1 that we are correcting in Mortal 2 that I think will make it more enjoyable and more balanced. Oh my god, we got Razmilknakov with the prime.
Yeah, the forest
12
looks
months.
so
Thank you very
deep,
much.
far away, down the
12 month.
looks so dense and quite realistic actually. And like the redden forest with shadowing. Looks good. This should be split to Bhakti now. No, maybe not.
Got another one, eh? Comment man, thank you very much. 8 months. You're killing it. Killing it. Desert troll? I'm not sure what type of trolls we will see over time. More than one had a balance issue, I agree, which was there wasn't really consequences to a berserker theft death repeat, right? And that is the balance thing we are addressing in Mortline 2.
Zephyr is very questionable mechanic. It will lead to so many problems, frustration, disappointment among players. Just to entertain few people. So, questionable thing. Like, Severin, for example, at Scrolls Online is a very popular thing and everyone doing it. Because it's interesting, fun, rewarding, and sometimes challenging.
And
doesn't harm other players at all.
The Tagmaton
But here it's, I don't know.
Is
PvP Savory is not a good idea, I would say. Looks like through Henrik's stream I will be able to ride through all the damn world. Check all the runs. I wonder is there any guards around the dreaming on the right side of the world? Because there are just an amount of them in the Dreaming Empire. Logically, Kurait also should have some presence. Logically. They should care about their citizens at least a little bit. Should be some towers, should be some posts, should be some guard patrols maybe. Because roads are actually crucial. Any settlement will die without bringing some resources, food, whatever. So main trade roads should be pretty safe, should be guarded all the time. It's a bit strange how it is in Mortal right now. Oh, right now it's very strange. Maybe after update it will be just a bit strange. Hard to say, we'll see. There are some minor stutters, yeah. Definitely not an online.
Sorry guys, I have a lot of different things going on here. I'm distracted. Thumbbear, exactly. I'm telling the artist, please send over my roadmap picture so we can start going through it. And they are fiddling around with it, so any moment now, any moment now.
So it's not ready, but almost ready.
Payment method before 28th of November, so more people be able to buy support pack. So we've been struggling a lot with our payment providers to fill in so many different things to get covered of all those areas. As late of today, they told me yesterday that they would have all the different sections approved by today, but instead of sending us it's approved, they said sorry, we have a few more lists you need to fill out. And we did that today, send them back. And now I'm not sure if I got a response on that. No, I haven't. But hopefully we will have a quick response tomorrow. And hopefully we can have that up and running and supporting for all the different options and regions. We've really been on them on a daily basis. Because obviously we're running out of time, right, for the 28th.
I'm not sure that hurrying like this is a good
distraction
idea.
is partly related with the
Not sure that it will pay off from marketing
right,
that
so
much.
Get
It looks like they're running out of
proper
resources in
thing
addition,
up on the stream here.
so they need some. So we don't have a choice, I guess. But anyway, we're designed already. But damn, the devs really need like few months to fix everything.
An update on the new armor that were shown a few months ago. Do you mean the pet armor? If so, yeah, we have a few packs of pet armor finished. We are finalizing the horse armor now as the last piece, and then we have a pack available for us to implement in any of the upcoming patches. There's one important component that we are missing, and that is a balance factor tied to armor.
So they don't want to
Obviously,
add them
having heavy armor
one by one.
should also mean that it comes at a cost for the pet, right? Like speed effects and so on.
It already affects the speed. The thing is that they need to not to nerf heavy armor, but they need to buff other armors.
UI updates. So the main problem here is the UI. The UI doesn't display the things
Otherwise,
correctly,
people will not use
that
any
causes
armors.
a lot of confusion and issues, and we are working
I
on
will
that
use
now.
only heavy armor.
Still wondering if you believe that starting off as the best option for a returning red player. No, I mean, you have multiple ways of start working for nation, right? And over time have those decays. A lot of people enjoy being a red player, but still playing around cities, having access to cities, but at the risk, right? That is the main difference if you go to a city, right? Roadmap in Notepad, please, eh?
Don't work this way. No changes. Not sure what this option does. Maybe with some weird resolutions it affects something. Maybe it affects actually how this stuff works. No, it works the same.
Mad King, fire arrows should damage shields Dura, Henrik. Yeah, kind of makes sense. I agree.
No, the hit should lower the durability of the shield.
Thank you for the 6 month.
Taking a hit to the shield, apparently it should be some change to Dura. It can be otherwise.
Lifetime packs for sale. I'm not sure yet. We are getting the final stuff required on all the entire setup for the payment subscription and all that, the different packs. And with that in place, it shouldn't be too much problem for us to expand on that slightly. But we need to set up the first requirement first of all before we can relax and have time for the next step, right? No, we won't have those armors along with the Unreal 5 update. Like I said, we're missing one technical component.
Yeah, it will be separated by
quite important balance. We can't have them full optimal speed and ability to fight without any effect if they have very heavy armor, right? They become more tanky. Then they also need to get, you know, the pro cons balance wise, right? So we need to be careful to not just rush it out there without this important balance factor. I'm gonna open the roadmap shortly, J-Man. I'm waiting on 3 of my devs that are doing some various things connected to that.
You can just buy some subscription.
So bear with me, please.
Most likely there will be more packs like this in the future. Almost like each few months, so once a year they will do at least one pack like this. And you will be able to buy it.
Any thoughts on
This doesn't
adding
feel
a
that
friendly or
stable.
neutral category like alliances with different colors? Add how? Do you
There is no
mean
infant
momentum
design.
online? How do you
That's
mean
weird.
adding it? Why didn't toilet paper? Just got here anything interesting, so we got a little recap of our current status. You know, next week we are finally hitting Unreal 5, a huge important milestone and a huge burden off our shoulders, because we can finally go back to more effective work as a team on one branch, one engine, one technology, and also start getting to those juicy content-wise that we are all dying to get now, since we've been still for such a long time on live states.
I'm mostly used to the graphics. Also, clouds mess with it.
And we're
Make it
gonna
less sunny.
very shortly go through our coming,
It's kinda rain, but no rain.
what we
But
call
what
community
about rain?
roadmap discussion, right? We're gonna go through the different options, and then we're gonna also post them on the forums for everyone to see over time. Gonna make sure we have them described, and the next step after that is to allow you all to push your votes using your account section on our website, so they are quite restricted on how you can vote, right? Fire spell should make the building catch fire and burn down. So you just shoot one fireball on the house and then the house burn down, Verloof. Is that what you mean? Sounds quite severe to me.
Well, that would be fine for some, I know,
Battlegrounds
Minecraft
ran.
type
So
game.
that is, if we
But
see a
here
big
not.
indication that we need more siege mechanics for upcoming TC components. There's a few things when it comes to TC.
Imagine
like
riding for
specific-
hundreds of
we see
hours,
it in roadmap,
gathering stuff,
specific TC
stuff in your house.
services.
then
And
one
that can be
fireball
anything
burn and
from we want a new siege mechanic
it
weapon,
just doesn't work like
or
this.
a new shop system, like, or service, or NPC service or function in any way or form. There are multiple options there.
Face drops here as
But again,
well.
then we can see the interest from how many players want this and that in early rather than late and such like that. Tashingi, indeed.
There's someone playing here.
Any
Henrik.
comments on all of the lighting issues players seems to have in Unreal 5?
Henrik.
Do I have a specific screenshot? I have looked a little bit here and there.
The city now feels really
So I
surrounded by
want to know
trees.
what you are
Over there.
referring to with lighting
With the
issue
forest.
with Unreal 5.
Not just by
If
trees,
it's
but by
something
the
that are
forest.
broken, or what we're talking about here. I haven't heard a lot that there's a specific lighting issue, so I need to know what we're talking about.
Need to follow around, yeah.
10 MC red is a stupid idea. How many MCs would you have to be red, and what number?
Then
How
it's
many
fine.
innocents should you be able to slay before you are a murderer?
Like 5 is too small, you can occasionally become murderer in one fight. If you need to fight some Morons. But outside of it, getting 10 occasionally, it's... no. It's already choice, really. And no towers here at all. Most like no towers, no the forest. This village is basically like frontiers, not full-scale towns, and Croat settlements, well, Croat tribes doesn't care at all about keeping this road safe.
Let me jump down a little bit here.
Most likely, yeah.
What do we vote on? You will see in a moment.
I didn't encounter
It's
any
vocals?
outlaws, by the way. Feels like they became way more rare. Or maybe it depends on population, hard to say. On the other hand, I ran most rounds. Maybe rounds are more safe from outlaws. Hard to say. Didn't encounter any outlaws around me, did you as well?
There's no account option in the site. Yes, there are. If you click on, for instance, buying the support pack, it tells you to log into your account, right? And when you have logged into your account there, you are in the account section, and that would give you information like if you have a support pack, if you bought the game, your subscription information will be here, infractions may be there, and the voting option will be put there.
Yeah, this place looks nice.
Where are we on
with some
crossbows?
degraded
It's on the
houses.
list, you will see. Just a moment. They will send it to me in a minute. We're almost there, guys.
Crossbows?
10 is still
The
very
map.
generous. Not 10 MC is perfect. Lol. MC red 5. 1. 42. 1. I mean, that's a little bit severe, right? 5. 150. Holy shit, you're gonna kill an entire guild. Lol, 10 is fine. 10.
Yeah, 10 is
It sounds
perfect.
like a reasonable number. Why did someone say it was stupid when it seems like that's the
Oh, someone who
the
don't
big
wanna be
number we can
murderer.
agree on?
And he is.
How stupid. Super excited for Lumens. Sorry. Super excited for Lumens and Nanites. I'm getting 100 plus frames on cinematic, 4K plus DLSS. Is the Unreal 5 build coming with DLSS 3.5? Yes, we are on 3.5 right now. We're looking to add a frame generation whenever we have the time and opportunity. We've been looking into a little bit. I'm not sure exactly where we stand with FSR yet. We have TSR, which is Epic's own solution to upscaling, very similar to DLSS. The good thing with TSR is it works on any graphic card. DLSS is for NVIDIA cards, right? And FSR is eventually for AMD cards only, equivalent to DLSS. They're doing the same thing in general, but a little bit differently, and different effectiveness, and some how they handle their frames is a little bit different. So you may have different results, and some may prefer the TSR solutions over DLSS, and vice versa, depending on your preferences of looks and feel, even though they are not very, very different.
Yeah,
But
that
yeah,
looks quite
I've
the
been
same for
running
me.
on DLSS.
With the same
Balanced,
settings.
looks very good, and runs smooth. It gives you a nice boost, especially if you play on high resolution monitors. And I tried it on 4K, a 4K monitor, and it's super smooth using DLSS.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be nice to have 2K at least monitor and better
When
GPU.
is the wall hit and body going to start to play a factor? So we decided that Milan is in the
here.
normal temperature range, to not go to any extremes, and it seems like a lot of people find that as a good middle ground. And whenever you go to Sarka or the North Veld, the extremes to hot regions or very cold regions, that's when you see these temperature go to very severe levels, when it start to affect you severely again, and your different gear etc. will have an important factor playing in those areas, while Milan is in the mid-range, that won't really heavily affect you in a negative way.
Maybe there's a reason why there are no towers here.
Alright,
Because
let's
devs
see. I
didn't
think
place
we
them so
got
far.
the files I've been looking for, guys.
Because official patch note
Just
they
gonna
added
confirm.
some of the towers. Not all of them. Maybe it'll be more. It's unclear for now. They also maybe change sunset colors because it doesn't look that toxic right now. It's mostly fine actually.
Okay. Let's see.
It's a bit different part of the world, but still.
What
Looks
the hell
fine
happens?
so far.
Okay. Yeah, one moment. I'm getting them now. It's quite a list. That's why it
I
takes
with
a
you.
little time for me to put them up here. Alright.
Yeah, with 1080 everything looks overall fine, but
Okay,
the
let's
flora parts looks a bit
proceed
too
then.
pixelated. So probably need 2K to see really it in a better way.
So that's.
But all the depth of the forest is way
I'm
better.
just gonna,
But the feel of the picture is still junky in comparison with U4. There's all this flickering of shadows and stuff. It's also because of sunset transition maybe.
okay,
Expensive but
here it is.
junky.
Here is the morning.
Strange thing. Okay, he decided to show something.
Let's start with our community roadmap discussion, right? So here we are starting with a few main features. Some very large. We're gonna also have the indication when we post this on the forums that some of them are very huge project, while some of them are smaller. So the puzzle here is to, if we have a high demand on some of the large features, obviously the work needs to start as early as possible, but it doesn't mean that it may be possible to deliver them in the first upcoming roadmap, even though we have picked it as a highest demand on it. So that is our next part, to kind of show estimated time frame in terms of this is a very huge project, which means it will be a few weeks or month back, which means it may be on roadmap number 2 and roadmap number 3. It depends on the different features, right? But here are some of the main features that will be presentable as votables. We have the wagon system, which is a pretty cool system, quite self-explanatory. You will be able to have some different types of wagons where you connect your animals to, and you will be able to transport very heavy goods, and there will be different types for effective to transport just heavy goods, like supply runs, siege machinery, equipment or whatever, or just have as a little wagon for you and your friends and your, you know that wagon in the Gladiator
No, they
Arena
postpone
where you can
everything for U5.
run around on them and
It's
do
partly
combat
maybe in
various
development,
forms. But as
they
a
trying to
less
prioritize the stuff
agile
right
version
now.
compared to just being one person on a mount, right? The veteran system is a quite important system, we say, for many in the game, because a lot of people can finish their character quite quickly, especially a fighter. And then you have your clades that you work towards. This is just one of the section, guys, so bear with me. We're gonna go through all slides. But what happens here is after the clade have been maxed, you unlock a new progression type for your character, and that allows you to get additional experience that unlocks different, give you more experience that you can distribute either on action or crafting areas. They have a different cost depending on where they distribute them. And some of these levels also may give you some bonuses to your stat pool and so on.
Yeah, we need veteran system.
And we're talking about, I don't know if there's going to be a cap on 1,000 levels or something, but the first steps are where your character gets mostly affected. So it's not like you have to play the game for 1 year to be competitive, right? That's something we're never going to approach in that area. But you can expand your character additionally, especially early on, which means you can learn more skill points, distribute in different ways, and build your character even further and more with more depth. And then eventually those levels mostly give you more fluffy things like cool titles and different types of rewards without being tied to
Oh, they
your
don't need it
character
to save the game,
when it
but
comes to combat and PvP,
it should be eventually
right?
be in game.
So
For newbies, it's not necessary
eventually
to
you
have
can
all
be
this
like
in game
Jake,
right
have your
now.
bragging rights. I'm level 455. I'm the biggest level in the world. I'm the badass player, and there's an infinite progression on that level. You see what I mean?
It's only
So
interesting
it's
overall. For mmorpg, infinite progression is
a
always
system
good.
that allows you to
In general.
Jake, system that allows you to further push your small progression to cool progression on your character. You see what I mean, right? That's the basic of it. Classic Jake. So the veteran system is a cool thing, and there's also a secret, a big secret to your current clade, and you have no clue. But when you see it, when you look at the clade window, you're gonna see, holy shit! I didn't have a clue. I didn't know that was a thing. But that's something we wanna do as well. Gonna make sense when you see what that is. It's a little bit of a secret, but it's already in the clade window. If you look at the clade window, there may be a clue, right? So that is in short the veteran system. The third one, we don't have a proper name yet. Transforms. What transforms? I'm not talking about transforms here now. Okay, the third one, Dimension Run. Good old name I used for 10 years ago. Maybe we need a proper name, right? But what this is, you recognize it in another game today already, and it seems to be a popular game.
Also.
So if I'm just gonna explain it short, right? So Dimension Run, it allows you as a city owner to construct a certain building that opens up a gate to another dimension.
There is a player here.
There are certain rules tied to this and how you do it, but someone else in the world can also trigger a gate. It's dark and dark about mortal, kinda. So that means you have a certain amount of sets or amount of players that you can bring, and it needs to be equal side. One other thing in a game like this, there can be dynamic fights happening, but quite often they're quite unfair, right? You know what I mean? If you see enemies of 5 people, it's safer if we are 6, right? It's a classic thing. But in this case, you have to sign up with the terms, right? You go to this dimension, and that is a very specific cool dungeon with specific things, treasure traps, mobs, and obviously in the middle you will face down the other side's group. There will be only one side survivor that can bring out the loot. You see what I mean? That's our good old Dimension Run. It's a cool system, and it allows you to you know,
lighten up
have
everything through
those
the walls.
fair-sided setup
That's why there
fights
is a
for
light here.
adventure and danger.
Lighten everything through the walls.
Game within a game, kinda. You know, we have many
But the light
dimensions in
source
Modern
is
Line,
insane.
and this is where we tap into one of those dimensions in a certain cool way.
Here there is no light on the side.
It was a very old design we had in the game, but we weren't sure it's gonna be popular or if the player wanted it. And then bam, 10 years later came Darker and Darker, and a lot of people seem to enjoy that game. So yeah, there are some similarities.
Yeah, it's basically dark and darker concept.
So it's gonna be interesting to see.
Can be interesting thing for
How
people
does
who just
our-
need fast content. Instead
how
of going murder random
interested
people,
are
they
our
will
players in our-
jump into
in our
those dimensions.
different features we are presenting here. Number 4, the Diva system. So the Diva system is where two kind of soul siblings are connected to each other in a certain way, and it allows you to have another character on your account. We talked about this many times. You have been asking for it for a few, I don't know, quite a long time now, right? It requires some specific updates and changes for us for it to work and fit, but it's on the list to see how the players are looking at that feature as well. The 4th one is Thievery, also quite self-explanatory. We had Thievery in the first game. The big change we're gonna do here, that is to balance it in a better way, more risk and reward. risk reward, which means you can't run around as a naked thief and steal things. You need somewhere to put the stolen goods, like clothing, gear. You also need some tools to be efficient at stealing. So you actually have an investment before you steal, which means you can't just go steal, die, rest, repeat, because you're gonna lose value by doing that. So that will hopefully put the thievery more in balance order. They have to think twice before they do a theft, right? So that's in general one of the big thing that is was missing in thievery that we're gonna balance this time around. And along with thievery also obviously comes lock picking, things like that, which is a cool thing to explore the world in different forms, where you may need a thief in your group to access into all the different loot that
The
will
problem
be
is that
available.
basically
So
must-have thing for anyone who do any
thievery.
adventure and exploration.
Arena with ladder ranking
And
system.
there's no bunch of primary skills, most likely.
The arena system can be quite insane, but we're gonna start with one kind of pack. You know, the baseline, the back end, the system for it, how we separate the performance loading for the arena, so you have no competitive network when signing up for this.
Yes, no, because
And we're gonna have a back-end system that tracks the outcome, rewards, ranking, and you know, the gladiator of the month. That could be titles and rewards and games and things to wear when you order that, and you have to defend it every week or month depending on what it is. You can sign up for weekly or monthly tournaments, and you have a ranking system, and you can also do them you know, you use them individually. So the arena system can be quite wide, and there's a lot of things, and we can keep adding to it. Like if you want to do a team versus team fight and team versus mobs and see how far you can go before you all die to compete with AI. So there's a lot of cool things we can expand on it, but obviously we want to start with the most important component that a lot of people would be interested in. Jousting absolutely could be one. But like I said, we need to pinpoint what part do we start out with. If the arena system is something a lot of people look for.
Arena definitely should be one of the first systems.
Multi-ranking,
It will
absolutely,
keep people
that's one.
busy. It's an additional gameplay.
But as you can see, there's a lot of cool options we can add to the
and
arena
source
system,
of interest in PvP. Yeah?
and therefore it can become a very huge project. So we need to break it down, right? Starting with the back end, a robust tracking ranking system, and then we go on from there, right? And then we have farming, also quite self-explanatory. We want to make it more sophisticated than it was in the first game. We actually have more manual play role when you're maintaining your crops and you know, taking care of those seeds and making plants, so you can do more alchemy or components for the different, you know, refining after that. So a cool nifty little system, and we want to put a little bit more manual work on the player, so it's interesting and a little bit more engaging. But yeah, it allows you to. There are seeds, right? And with these seeds, you can refine and plant and grow your own stuff. Breeding, a little bit similar, but obviously instead of plants, we are talking about creatures, mounts, and so on. Crossbreed them, refine them, make them a little bit stronger. It's important that we're going to rebalance these times so it doesn't become one horse to rule them all, which was the case in Mortal 1. That kind of wrecked the balance a little bit. We want to make sure that tamers is always a desired profession. We will always need fresh tamers, but there's also room for breeding where you can, you know, refine your creatures or mounts. We also want to have those abilities where the appearance changes and you can see the differences. So that makes it the system becomes a little bit larger also time-wise.
No, I wouldn't say that it's better than previous patterns. It's better maybe with some people.
Die system.
That's what devs most
a very
changed.
cool system that I think everyone will enjoy.
Like they try to fix all the stutterers.
We had a very cool die system in the first game.
Good
we
for
missing some very important
bigger scale
life
fans.
components.
But outside of it,
You
no.
could do insane
Same problems with
refinements
forests.
to get very unique different colors.
very
There was
heavy,
millions of combination for colors. Everything from animals,
Outside the forest,
fishing,
everything's fine.
everything, right? Can extract
forests are
colors
pretty
in different
heavy.
forms. And you can refine them and make them stronger and more effective, cool looking, right?
And sunrise, sunset transitions.
And then you
ahead.
put them in a dye tube to produce that color type. And then you can dye out cloth, soft tissues, those type of things. And you can have a guild color, and you can run as a group and in fashion. So it's a very cool system, and it allows you to do very unique, cool touches of colors for you and your guild, or just sell and be a dye tube seller, whatever you want, right? So a cool system that gives more freedom to design your gear, pretty much. Guild logo emblem system, a little bit similar, but we're talking about the symbols, right? Design your logos for your guild, put it on your banners, put it on your city, and again, have your own unique logo for your guild, which is a cool thing also that a lot of groups want. And then of course we have boats. That is one of the biggest system because it requires wagons first of all.
Between
so kind of makes sense that wagons is goes before boats, because there are components in the wagon system that is required to even make those parts in the boat system. And then we have the water system, the crafting part of how you craft the ships. And of course, for boats to make sense, we have to have water content, like stuff out in sea. We want combat, pirating by ships as well, so you can put siege machineries on them. So I would say that is the biggest feature so far that will take.
But why is there no Under Dragons these days?
Different parts. So yeah,
it's too early for bots, but Underdark would be the good one.
Available for you to tap into. We're gonna put this on the forums.
And with dragons,
with descriptions under them as well.
Like there are bots, but no dragons on
so
Underdark.
whoever is missing this will be able to read up on that. All right, let me proceed.
I would say veteran system should go the first, second arena, or
the next one.
Otherwise, like this system should go first as soon as possible.
We have combat areas. Obviously, we have the adrenaline weapon ability system, which is quite a large one because it requires a lot of very sensitive experimenting and testing. So we are sure that this fits the game. It offers player skills, it has depth, and it doesn't just cater for a dumb Zerg.
That's what people will vote for.
Those are important components along with that feature. So the plan with this is to tie an adrenaline system that allows you to utilize special moves.
Promotion will generate new players.
An example,
and actually arena can rotate a lot.
You'll be able to do a crushing blow.
Game is good enough to bring new players.
A cleave blow means you may be hitting 2 or 3
Game have enough
targets in
features
one strike
for new players.
With less damage each hit.
I would say. But after a few months they will become burned. And that's where arena system will be useful.
If you manage to perform that correctly,
it's a source of PvP and co-PvE.
If they don't stop the wound very quickly.
And PvPvE.
There will be a shield breaker with hammers.
And it's easy to make.
That allows you to...
It's possible to make it fast.
Make a lot of damage to shields and kind of, put them off for utilizing the shield for a moment. So we plan to have a few different abilities per weapon group, and since we have quite a few, you can understand very careful balancing and testing is required to make sure they all work. It's balanced.
It's not about new players, about
so I would say that it's
not about old players,
cool
it's about new players
feature, but it requires
we need to bring them, and this is promotion part, and to keep them in game we need things like arena gameplay loops. Dimension run should be perfect, but it's hard to make.
So
thing is, arena is fast to make. Veteran system fast to make.
It's gonna be needing PTR, right?
Making
that is what that entails.
Whole dimension run instance system with new levels, generator for these levels, generator for loot and mobs and stuff inside. It's huge.
We had this during the beta.
It's a huge chunk of content.
Back and forth when we're testing.
It's really hard to make this one.
Beta.
It's basically making darker and darker immortal. It's really hard.
Where you could actually
and making arena is very
queue
fast.
Up an action timed after the
making
first
arena
one,
is good. It will keep
much more
people busy from murdering newbies. Instead of murdering newbies, they will fight each other in arena.
Veterans feels it makes sense.
It's way
better. and
It's healthy for the
noobs
game. It's
also
necessary for
get
the
into
game.
the combat without feeling horrible initially because they don't know what they're doing.
You don't need to
So it
lure
just helps
people.
the overall
Game
feeling,
have enough features to lure people.
of combat,
Make a good trailer,
but you have to still
promote it everywhere, and you are done.
obviously hit that timer for it. You can't just.
But if they
queue
will
up
come to the
something
game,
and
it will be
auto-fight through that.
slaughtered
It's just that you can
immediately
time
by
them
bored
in a nice
veterans.
way and do nice
Nothing will
flowy
change.
attacks.
In
But
good,
could
better
lead
criminal
to some
system,
room
we
for
need
also giving small
systems to keep
bonuses
busy.
if those are
players.
timed in a proper manner. Again, needs a lot of
Exactly, it
testing
will
and,
keep Indians away from new players.
making sure.
And
that
it will
it's
be
a
something
nice
to do for
addition
new players
to the
after a few
combat
months.
overall.
While devs will develop more hard systems, more
Archery will also utilize
hard
that,
to make
obviously.
systems, because making dimensions or boards or something is a long
Link
thing. It's not.
allows
It can be
counter
done fast.
feints. We talked about this as well. There's a few components. I would say that in this case we have a combat polish focused phase where there's a few components that goes into this, but it is separate from the adrenaline weapon abilities because they're quite separated and also quite complex. But this means you can charge up power when you have the blink. You can actually feint and do your attacks and still have that power. So you can actually engage without always waiting for a parry counter. Do you see what I mean? So you have a little bit more options on the offensive side.
It sounds like
rather
some
than waiting for
small
parry
minor
counters.
feature.
Again, just
Why
to
you
give a little
need
bit
to
of room
even
of
pick something? Like make
options
what you
there.
can do fast, then make something
kicks
that
are
takes
planned for
longer
including a
time.
weapon ability as well to experiment and
Like
test.
game
That is
input or
something that could work,
charge blink
fits,
doesn't look like a
balanced. Stamina
hard
gain on
thing to
successful
make.
parry is one of those quite small also that we plan to have enough combat focus patch. So if we look at combat, there's a few things animation wise, fluid wise.
So again, on successful parry, that doesn't sound logical. You're wasting
and
stamina on
charge
parrying.
blink and stamina gain on successful parry fits in that
You're
package,
not getting stamina.
looking to re-enable decapitations, dismembering, those cool things that just add and refine the blood splatter system a little bit. So it just feels more awesome when you're on the battlefield. and when you're fighting outnumbered, you can do these good successful parries and get a stamina bonus back and utilize that when you're outnumbered.
This will make sorcerers
hopefully some of those
unkillable
things just
sometimes.
adding to the skill ceiling and to the
Yes, dimension
experience and
thing is
feeling
like game
of
and
the
game.
combat. It just makes it more awesome, right?
Yes, it will also remove some players from the
So-
wars. That's good
and
when
those
we will
later
get
one
good
are actually
population.
smaller projects.
To
I would say the
unload the
adrenaline
world
here
a
is
bit.
much larger than the rest here.
I'm surprised that in
I
combat
would
list we
say
have one is the
That
small
we
features.
probably have them in two groups. One of the group is the adrenaline special ability move, which is a large system, and the other one is just combat polish improvement, which are the rest of the points, including the ones I said. We want
Yeah,
to
so logic
re-enable
should
the
go in one page
decapitation,
altogether.
the blood splatter system, and those things that simply exploded in
Because
a
other
Re4.
things are small.
Hopefully,
There's only one system
here
here is adrenaline system.
So that's something is win-win for everyone. Everyone that loves combat, from noobs to veterans, would
It's still a
obviously enjoy
material. It's just like going
those
in
kind of
dungeon.
refinement,
Just instead of walking
so
10
that is
meters to sewers, you can be
the combat
teleported
part.
to
And yeah, maybe
instance.
it does make sense to start with the combat focus
No,
improvements.
I
before
disagree.
the
I think there should
abilities.
be
So
features
maybe
for
that's
all types of
already,
players.
deciding
But
the
for now,
order
we
of
don't
those
have big
things.
communes to actually
So yeah, we will
teleport
refine
someone
this on
away
the
from
forums
Mirror.
when you get
But when we'll
the
get like
information posted there
4,000
as well.
on Mirror, it would be a good moment to make something like this.
All right.
And around 1,000 of online, we'll be busy with this. So we'll get at least some space here.
So here we have a few RP social components. Tavern board
Just
games.
3.
Finally, a lot of people have been asking for this one for a very long time. We want to be able
Can we
to
get
meet
ability to see it at
in a
least finally?
Tinrem or whatever city, go to the tavern, the local tavern, sit down at the chairs or table and play some blackjack
It's not
or
a theme
Texas
park.
Hold'em, poker together, tournaments,
I fully disagree with this.
non-tournaments, and just be able to
It's like additional
earn
layer
money
to the
by
game.
playing poker with each other's or lose money, right?
One gets it and
I
it's
can't wait for
broken.
this one personally because I'm gonna
Doesn't work
be in
even.
there. You're gonna see me in tavern, and I'm gonna take your money playing poker. So I hope to see you there. It's gonna be a nice, chilled, socializing opportunity away from all stress and
Yeah,
chaotic
tavern board
things,
games is
right?
good. The problem is, if you vote
So
for this,
I'm
how
very much
many
looking
tavern
forward
games
to
will get?
those components
One?
finally going into the game. I'm gonna take your money, Nasser. I will try. You know, I've been playing a lot of Texas Hold'em, so it's up to
VoIP is good
up to
if it
show
will
the
be done
skills,
properly.
right?
Most
Up
like
to
it will be
show those
glitchy as
skills.
fuck.
Theory. Did I
And not
miss-
everyone
did we
will
miss
use it, so
the
it will
beginning
look
of this?
strange.
The theory
Some people will be
have already
animated,
been-
some not.
we already gone
Questionable
through
mechanic.
theory. VoIP. So VoIP is this cool little system where you can use your webcam or any camera pretty much, where it recognizes
Because I used Avatar, I
your
understand how bad it works
facial
actually usually.
motions and
Because
transfer
you don't
them
have proper light in your room.
in a compressed, reduced version on
And
your
any
character.
blocking
So you
thing
can
will
pretty
lead
much
to
make your,
glitches.
your
If
facial
you drink
expressions
something, your
on
face will
character
become a
and
mess.
talk, and you will see that happens on the character. Pretty cool. I showed a little bit of that in the early state in a stream very long time ago when I was a Thursar down here instead of my face, and you saw my expression and movements one-to-one
It was
on
very
a
twitchy and
character,
glitchy.
in-game character, and it was really cool, and it's quite enjoyable and fun, because imagine all those expressions you can do. It's just awesome. It just adds to that first person realism.
It's interesting
unique
features, they will
encounter.
manage to add it properly, but
So we can probably offer both for
Will
in-game
they?
and for streamers, if that's an interest. So that is that feature, and then of course we have VR support that can become from quite the project to an insane project, depending on how far we're pushing it when it comes to control schedules.
I can
using
disagree,
controllers
Nortish.
and so
It's
on.
just different gameplays
obviously
that
that would be in
impossible
steps.
in main
It
world.
goes a little bit hand in hand, or at least
It's
a
like
nice support,
Battlegrounds
for instance,
in
for the
WoW.
tavern board games.
And that
Imagine
works
sitting
perfectly
down at
well
the
on
tavern
original WoW.
and put on
You
your
can go
VR
on Battleground
set,
or you can
have
fight
one and just play
in the
poker
world, and both of them work
and
fine.
socialize and VoIPing. It's really cool, right?
But I think
It
these
just
features
goes to
like
insane
to see
new,
also.
new
It
depth that
drive away
haven't
people
been
from
seen
towns
in a MMO ever, and you know,
and from
this,
world.
this will be a thing sooner or later.
So
depending
it's
on
not the time
interest,
to
right?
add this.
So
Should be added later.
cool feature.
But it's good if it
Let's
will be
proceed,
in-game.
guys. We have more on the
Because
list.
something to do, somewhere to go from the
Player
town.
gear.
You gear in
So here
war to
obviously
farm
we
in
have
the
new
world, and then you
weapons.
go in there.
If we want to add new head types, handle types of any
This element
any
is
types that
sandbox.
will be added into the crafting, and you will have new kind of stuff to play
Anyway,
around with.
let's
and
talk
fight
about
with,
this
right?
later.
We want to add those
Because
big
we're missing what
weapons for the
Henrik said.
Thursars, you know. Just
discuss everything
expanding
after
on
he
that
will
if
finish.
that's something of interest. We have crossbows, a cool system that gives you the state of using some of the different crossbows we're gonna implement from smaller to larger. That obviously have their own loading, reloading functions, and you know,
Yeah,
strong
crossbows would be
shot
nice.
or
It's different mechanic.
reloader, repeater. So there will be a few
Instead
different
of
options here.
Pulling and
Yeah,
aiming,
you
you
understand
aim
what
and
it's quite
shooting and then
self-explanatory.
pulling.
Throwing weapons.
It will feel different
When we
from
looked
bow.
at this list, throwing weapons is actually very high bang for the buck. We can very easily utilize a new state where you can throw weapons, and
That
this
would
can
be
be
cool,
anything
actually.
from throwing axes to daggers,
If you can combine it
Morning
with
stars
one-handed
or
weapons, that would be
potions
awesome.
with different effects.
Use the left arm to throw something.
So
Would be nice.
it's a cool system that gives anyone on the field
And we'll make one-handed
another depth of
viable
components that
choice.
utilize some range, right, to your style. New armor set, similar as new weapons. If we are looking, we want to add a new medium, light, or heavy armor sets from any of the
Yeah, we
trades.
need medium
Hello
sense.
there.
This
A
is
lot
the
of
one.
medium sense.
Dual wielding weapons is very complex feature that we are unsure yet how it will even work, because we tried it in one way in Mortal 1. It didn't turn out as we were hoping for,
The
so it
fun
just
nickname.
became useful
What if
for
we were
special
rats?
abilities. So this time we wanna experimenting with
Good
it,
one.
rebuild completely, and see if we can make some proper use of dual wielding. So this will be needing a lot of experimenting.
Ardish, you will not be able to be on multiple
so
constants
it's
the
a
same
complicated
time.
one because we are not sure yet what we can do with our game when it comes to dual wielding.
And it's the same with portals. Even
Yeah,
now, someone
obviously
sit in
maybe more
dungeon and you
beneficial
never
for
see
the
them.
queuing
And you
system,
cannot
so
go
some
in
of
the
them
dungeon,
goes
you
a
will
little
be
hand in hand.
slaughtered on entrance.
Offhand torch, some of them unlocks abilities for some of them.
The
Like
world
offhand torch
consists of small fragments. Let's
allows you
discuss
to
it
do
later.
certain things, obviously, with your offhand, holding that torch, so you're not the torch barrier only in the guild when you go to a
Yeah, we're in
dungeon.
need of
You can
hand
actually have a
lamps,
weapon in your
torches,
other
both
hand,
torches,
so a
both
little
lanterns,
better utility.
lamps, etc.
So that is that one. Also not too terrible for us to do.
Maybe
We
magical
will line
crystals that
this
can
in
fly
terms
and
of
follow
this is
us
a
for
quick
some
one,
time,
which means it will
lighten
be
everything around.
very close on the roadmap if we pick
It would
those.
be nice.
And these ones may be complicated, long ones that will not be early on in the roadmaps or even in the next roadmap and so on. And we have more mountable creatures. We want to see if there's when it's time to add more mounts. We have the light gators, and we have multiple mountable options on the different creatures we already have in the world. So that's
We need
that's
donkeys.
one of those if you need indication of that.
Donkeys were cool.
Right, let's proceed, guys. Before I'm losing my voice, which one was this? Okay, and then we have territory control specified. We have the relic
There's
system,
no FPS here.
which means
Or maybe it's sunrise transition
we will
started.
design and implement X amount, starting with a few
really.
ones. I don't know how many we start with, but a nice pack of different types of relics, and they will have different types of powers. You will see a star falling from the sky. There will be a specific sound, and you will see the trail and glow from out of space falling down to Milan Earth.
Space sorcerers.
And everyone see it across the world. So that means you can go there if you want to. And when it's just fallen from the sky, it's gonna be glowing hot, so you can't touch it. When you are there, obviously that means anyone may come there and take a look what the hell is going on. And when it cools down, anyone can pick it up. And when you pick it up, you are holding this very specific relic. You're gonna see that you're carrying it. And this relic have magical powers. And it depends on what type of item it is. But normally, this is an item you want to bring to your city and place it in a relic building. That's how you utilize the powers from it. When it's
Spaceship
in your
fragments
building, your
from the
possession,
sky.
your
That's
guild
what it
benefit
is.
from these powers.
Not relics.
And obviously you can be a
Just
small
barbarians
village
who
and put
didn't
it
know
in a
what
relic
it
as
is.
well. There will be many different
Future
types.
technology from
Some
space
that
tourists.
some people may not care as much of them. Some people may want to go to war at any cost to get them. And you can't bank them, and you can't log out with them. It may be a sword in one case, which means you're running around with this magical sword that kills the crap out of your enemies. But obviously you may be a big target, right? Because you can't bank it.
So it's basically
So you have to prepare
Jedi
for these
sword. And from the
consequences.
sky and you just run with it around and kill
And there will
everyone.
be multiple ones over time spread out in the world, and it's up to the players if you want them or not, if you want to fight for them or not. And this is one of the cool things, because a lot of people are thinking about sieging. Oh, you need to prepare your siege and it's all or nothing. You have to siege everything, you need to destroy everything. Either you fail or you succeed. That's one way of sieging your enemies, right? But this adds a much lighter level of tier when it comes to sieging. For instance, if you see, well, let's go get a relic today. You can grab a small gang and you can start sieging only to try to get the relic. You don't need to make a huge insane investment to go for a relic. And there may be small cool skirmishes fighting over these relics. Every now and then you can just grab your friend, go on and try to fight for a relic and have a lot of fun and casual encounters. So that is the relic war. From large scale to small scale, I would say. But like I said, it doesn't require huge investments siege-wise. That's one of the cool thing with it. So small groups can also try to go for any relic wherever they want, whenever they want. All right, new TC buildings and services. So that's up to the players, right? If the players want the broker system, you want to be able to have a specific shop functions for yours, for a specific house for TC, or anything else that
So
you
taverns will
find
be on if we vote for
that
this.
we want now rather than later. This is
Yeah, we need
this
brokers
is it,
in
right?
taverns. They're necessary.
Grand Theft Relic,
Especially
exactly.
brokers.
Brokers.
So
Yeah,
brokers, it
that's
doesn't work.
one of the options here, right? If that's a high demand, this is the one to go
Of
for.
course it's high demand.
Right?
Yeah, they're
Let's
supposed to be from the very
continue.
beginning.
You see, it's a big list.
It's the
right?
main part, like bank and broker, main
Right.
things that
And
should
then
be
we
used
have
to
new
see.
dungeons. Obviously self-explanatory. We have got a lot of great feedback from you, the players. What is good in a dungeon? What is fun? What is great? How they should be designed in terms of multiple entrances and exits. What kind of rewards? And where we should place some
Many
of them.
POIs, a lot of them.
Obviously, good
The whole
content
world
for
should be
everyone,
covered with
We know we
POIs.
need and want more dungeons spread out over Mialand. And sooner or later we need them. We want to see what do we want first. That's the purpose of this kind of interaction, right?
Strange that
Next
there are
one,
nothing,
new points of
no
interest.
new
How we
systems.
want to expand on those, add a
Dungeon
bunch
POIs
more
and creatures.
with more interesting clues, riddles, hidden treasures, and more rewarding treasures. To just
Yeah,
again,
what about
make the
new
world
loot
feel
system,
more
for example?
rewarding wherever you go.
Or dynamic
Not
spawns
as
or
heavy
anything.
commitment as a dungeon, more casually, but still a lot more of those. And an example of those, if you have examples, we would like to see these types of points of interest with these types of rewards or threats. You know, we're open to hear that when it comes to this one. New creatures, also self-explanatory. Do you want new opponents now? New creatures types, new humanoid types, invasions types. You know, we want to see the interest when it comes to that. So that's that one. Let's continue. This is the last one for now. We also have magic schools. And the current options we are starting out with, because these are the ones that can add a lot of cool combat systems ways. Different from the other
What about
schools,
finishing
quite
item
very
test?
different, I would have to say.
But we need
So
mentism.
even non-mages may
100%.
want to tap into one of them because they are not classic magic, just thrown magic, but it could be like a hybrid melee fighting
Yes,
magic
mentism,
component.
that's exactly it.
Staff magic, for instance,
Staff
you
magic.
first have to learn to craft and create your staff. You can use this staff as a weapon, and you can also tap into a lot of channeling types of magic with this one.
Interesting.
Illusionism, you
I
are
suspect
a
the stuff
master
magic is
thief
fun.
of illusions. So obviously pretty cool to mix a thief and illusionist, because you can then obviously both fool AI but also players. You can have crazy things.
Yeah, what's that?
being
The stuff
displayed,
and people will
and the
abuse
players
all the
don't know
crap
if it's
out of
real
new
or not.
players. And they
Some
will
of
all
them you
leave the
can even
game.
interact with if you're really mastering the perfect
bad idea.
illusionists spells. But if they are weaker, it may only be a vision to fool them on distance, and then it breaks the closer you get or even interact with it. So a pretty cool thing that can be used to fool the enemies. Holy shit, they have 10 enemies and they have 5 Mulvas, but in fact it's one little noob transferring items, and they scare the freak out of the murders.
I thought that this noob actually
would that
can
be, man?
summon all the
Fucking
solutions.
insane. So there's some cool nifty things tying to some of these schools that isn't really the classic mage throwing fireballs. You see what I mean? That's why they're here. We want to show that there are other types of magical components that are not just throwing fireballs, right?
No one throwing fireballs
Animism.
usually. Actually.
You can take form of different animals and beasts, convert your limbs, and be a melee marauder, crazy stuff, and just be a beast. Like, you know, Twilight Vampire or those lycanthropes. Go beast mode with mixed magic.
So even if
in very
it's
cool
based
ways.
on animal, not
So
just
that's
animal
a little bit what they're
stuff.
tapping into, and they
Still
also
animal
utilize animal components
So pervert druids
for
cool
beasts
confirmed.
and animals in the world. Mentalism is a cool mixed school that allows you to do blinks specific attacks as well. If you are
Teleport
if
special
you make a
attacks.
specific build to be a
Invisibility and other stuff.
lightweight, small, thin, not a fat or obese mage, but the opposite, to utilize your blink travel strength to go in and out and do specific hit and runs tactics. Obviously you will be weaker when you're a thin, small character body type, but you can then stronger utilize some of those utilities much more effectively than if you were a big, heavier mage. Harmonism is you utilize
It was very bad description of
instruments
Mentes.
in
No one
magical
will vote
ways
for
to
it
do different
without
types
proper
of boost
description.
and magical components. You can confuse enemies in different ways, and you can play cool instruments. You know, the cantinas in Star Wars Galaxies, when you're using instruments.
And no information about
reworking
reworking
that can be tied to this.
necromancy, spiritism,
So yeah, those are some of the
finishing
options when it comes to
adamitism.
if the community want more
Nothing
magic
like this.
type in the game. Like I mentioned, we do want to finalize the last component in elementalism, and we want to revisit a few
mages
spells
win?
in the
Wow.
other schools.
Just to use
And then
steel
go
magic.
to one of these, depending on popularity. And
Metal
what
magic
people
with
vote
steel
on.
spells.
Right.
Like great axe,
So
like
that
colored
is the
in double
big
axe.
list of that we're
The
gonna
spells can one
use
shot
to
as
create
mages.
our upcoming roadmaps.
And they
No,
can be
we're not
big
porting
thirster to
any
do it.
spaghetti codes hypnostatic. We stopped that long time ago, and it doesn't. You can't even just port it anymore because the systems are so different. We rebuilt the core in so many ways. So the next step for us is to post this on the forums with information on it, so everyone that wasn't participating here can still read up a little bit on them. And then eventually we're gonna announce the voting, starting the voting using the account sections.
No, link
so
animation
now
can
you
be just
kinda know what
small
we're looking
movement
at.
of fingers.
It's gonna be
When you
interesting to
teleport in, why
see
not?
what you guys want first, what the popularities are in these different categories.
But why is there no
Yeah.
spiritism necromancy list? Doesn't make sense. They need rework. Adam doesn't need to be finished. It's still not finished.
Let's see.
Very strange.
I think I missed the assassination, the rogue assassination.
There were no assassination. There were no, I know,
Yeah,
bomb
that
crafting
was
and
supposed to
stuff.
be on the list as well.
Nothing.
Similar to Thievery, you can go the
No fletching.
assassination style, or if it was in the same category. Along with that comes trap making, poisoning. We will add that on the forums as well. So yeah, and these are many of the ones that we have had kept repetitive questions. When is this coming? Are you gonna add that? When is this coming? Are you gonna add that? Those are included pretty much on this list. It's quite a big list, so like I said, there will be several roadmaps to go through delivering all these, obviously, right? It's gonna be a long time. I want to make that clear.
Killing my FPS.
But the point here is to identify what do we want first, what is most popular, where's the most bang for the buck that we all want to enjoy, right? And there will be something in every category, so we can't just focus on, like here, we can't just focus on magic schools, right? And just do magic for a very long period of time. 5 years, that's a bit stretching. I have quite a lot more on the list, but these are the, what I would say, most likely bring most value. Most people are interested of them, so it makes sense to pick these out of the even further list that we obviously eventually we will continue on whenever we have delivered these ones. But these ones are the main, I would say, that most people are interested in. Now the next step is, in what order do we put this together? Can you see the full list again, or just make it's actually 7 pages. So I went through all 7 pages.
Some
And we're gonna
pages is
post
just
them on
one or
the forums
two
as well, so you can all
variants.
see them there.
Nothing.
I just shortly went through them as well, explained
Hello
them.
there.
But we'll have something written description.
I hope that there will be description before voting. Once they will actually activate the voting system, there should be description for every item.
The profession tattoo barber is there as well. We could add that already in this list as well, I guess. We have a pack of additional hair and beards already, but we don't want to add them into the character creation because we want that pack for along with that profession.
They still glow now,
I guess we could add that on the list just to see if it stands
Yeah,
out in
need to
any way or
extend.
form in terms of prioritized order. Yeah, I guess I could scroll through them very quickly.
Oh, there's... Oh, no. It's not on. Just a horse.
Here are the main features, I would say, that are not a very specific category, but big main features. I'll just go through them quickly again. Then and we have more combat focused. These will most likely be 2 categories. The adrenaline system is one, which is a huge one. The next one is a combat polish phase, I would say. Smoothing things out, looking at some of the animations, give you a charge blink that allows for a counter feint. Stamina gains when you do successful parries to give more skill ceiling, and 1x versus x abilities a little bit, you know.
Yeah, but on this list, everything should be hit simultaneously.
Crash the clients in Unreal 4.
There is only one system in this
Unreal
list.
5.
Everything else, minor changes,
Finding the
basically.
Have some RP elements. We wanted board games. I want to play poker with you. I'm gonna hang in the tavern every evening to win your money. Have some player gear. Quite self-explanatory. New weapon types options, crossbow functions, throwing weapons, new armor sets, dual wielding weapons, offhand torch, more mountable creatures. Territory controlling related relic system, quite hot. I suspect this will be quite popular. There's quite a lot of excitement thing here. It's light skirmishing, infinite PvPing pretty much with that one. You fight for the relics and you can't just log out with it or bank them. They will be always persistent in the world. Pretty cool stuff. Very successful in the first game, but we're refining it to be even better in this version. And of course, if there's specific TC function services you want now, the second one is on the list here for that. And we got some PvP stuff, new dungeons. Always a big desire to have those hotspots in the world, right? New improved points of interest.
No rest reflections, I would say.
We're looking forward to get suggestions, feedback on that. What you would like to see? New creatures, similar thing there. If you want to have a pack of new opponents, and then we have the magic options. So yeah, like I said, we're gonna post it on the forums with some information. So
okay,
can,
so there will be description information.
And then, discuss, give your inputs or whatever. We will get the information of, hopefully it clearly shows us these are the areas that most of our players want now rather than later. And then we're going to open up the voting polls, the voting in your accounts. All right. I guess we
so no updating for all magic scores.
Getting close
That's
to the
really
2 hour
weird.
mark already, guys. So we are.
Should they drop spiritism then?
I guess in good time for.
Because for one single spell, it's not worth it.
Let's see.
Because resurrection sometimes really useful one, but
right.
just one single spell from whole skill.
Let's make it happen.
It's quite meh.
Oh my god! Another one. Tears FPS. Thank you very much for the prime. Thank you very much. Let's go. Exclamation mark M2, guys. It is up. Let's do it. Damn, it's cold here, guys. 17 degrees in my room.
That's not healthy.
17 degrees Celsius. Winter is coming. Another one,
That's
eh?
fine. It's a draw hit in any
Smooch
country.
kisses.
It's the northern one.
With 13 months.
It's very convenient.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
The tree is glowing like pyram
Where's
glow. No, what
Saduki?
the hell?
Saduki is obviously a very huge project also, right? There's so many components needed to add the next continent. Obviously, it is a requirement sooner or later, and if things goes as planned, population is steadily growing. It's a requirement, right? Because Milan can only hold so many players before it gets crowded, and we will need more lands. And obviously, sooner or later, it's going to be very exciting to have a huge, cool expansion of new lands to explore and discover with new cities, dungeons, mobs, craftable, new everything in many categories is included in a new continent openings. So we are kind of adjusting our workflow depending on scalability and population growth moving forward. It's something we always have to be very prepared for. You know, we're having a pipeline. We know what's needed to now generate and build another continent when we already done that work on Milan, moving from Unreal 4 to Unreal 5. Milan can hold like 1,500 max comfortable. We aren't even that far off. I think we can afford a few more players before it feels, you know, that there's a lot of players everywhere. We've been close to 3,000 at peaks. And that's when I got a lot of DMs saying, I think you have to do something because I can't go to a single freaking dungeon or camp or anything without getting killed by different groups and players and guilds. And I can't even leave the city.
It's mostly means that they need to do something about criminal system.
I only get those when we are in very high numbers.
Because if people encounter other players in the world, it's normal. But the problem is most of them will try to kill you.
It's harder to have your choice to try to hide and avoid a lot of dangers.
Amount of matter should be minority, not majority.
Milan, right? So, yeah. We're looking to maybe add a few additional FOV options.
The four options you can add actually.
Will the Savage Mantle Cloak
Just
from
as the biggest
Spotify be a
mana.
discontinued tradable item, or will it be untradeable, retrievable? I can reroll my character and always retrieve it. Yeah, so you have a new window now. If you log in on PTR, you will see there's a reward button. If you click that one, that's where you can retrieve specific items like that cape or future veteran capes that comes over time. Those are bound to your account. So if you re-roll a character, you can still retrieve that window and get it again. You can't trade them or lose them.
So eventually there are no quiet towers anywhere. There are only towers near Fabrium, Tendrum and Midonia. Nowhere else. They still not in, they maybe will have different visual style. That's why
Lord,
they were
bro,
not
not dungeon
added.
game that is not but locked down.
There wasn't an exam in U5 at all.
I mean, obviously, if you only
And
have a few
surprisingly FPS
dungeons,
is
right,
pretty low here.
they can easily be locked
Maybe it's
down
because
by
of
a few
sunrise,
guilds. But the more dungeons we have spread out, obviously,
to say.
the harder that will become, right?
It's just a 50 FPS.
The more land, continents, and more dungeons,
Oh, maybe it's because bamboo.
the
Lot of
more
bamboo.
options for all random players to visit these different things. If one side is completely locked off, all the dungeons, there will be more of a time that allows them to go there instead. That is the long-term goal here, right?
Yeah, this open cache. It's so bright. Already reported them. Yeah, it's on transition. Maybe that's why FPS lower. On transition is very heavy. This maxes shadow settings. It's really heavy. Too heavy. Way more heavy than it should be, huh?
All right, let's run a few more minutes and then we are rolling the dice.
FPS is fine.
Rolling the dice.
Run Nature 1,
So
you,
guys,
you wait 10
have you
games.
been, dude.
Instead of
Thank you for the
1.
prime. 3K is unplayable, over 2K is really unpleasant. It varies a lot, I think, but I think many kind of are on the same, that 4K is probably in the upper cap.
With current amount of
For
POIs and then just
sized.
4K is too much.
Around 4K is gonna be chaotic, very chaotic.
I'm curious to check this direction. I,
think that
have
is
nothing
the
to do anymore on
general
PTR right now.
Consensus from a lot of players.
Check those
that's been
rounds.
here for a long
What
time.
could be towers? Test everything else, so it
3K
doesn't have
already,
anything else to
probably
do.
already feeling quite crowded, so 4K may be pushing it to extreme levels. I'm not sure, but
I'm curious to
that
find
may
a way
be
up here.
correct based on
For example.
what a lot of people are saying also. 1800 was a sweet spot. Yeah, maybe. I mean, obviously it depends a lot, right? If you are a person that loves to run into all kind of crazy shenanigan and be prepared for lockdown dungeons and conflicts left and right, then that may be, you know, you maybe want to be in the upper spectrum of amount. But if you're more want to be more exclusive and explore with your friends and not have too many conflicts, obviously you may want to have either more land or a few less players running around, right? But that's the thing, right? And that's why we eventually need more lands, because the plan is to grow, not just stand still. With Unreal 5, we enter a very important switch of phase in Star Wars, which means obviously we need to follow up and make sure everything is good. Starting with Unreal 5,
and they exist.
So far everything looks very solid, and also a big thanks to everyone that are participating in PTR, helping us debug a lot of the performance struggle we have been doing. But with that
and fences are invisible, so
we'll also start approaching obviously new content, quality of life features that makes the game fun and exciting. We've been very still for a very long time on live, several months of nothing, in not the best shape because of a lot of PC issues.
Stuck here.
That. Obviously people are looking forward and getting very hungry for exciting content and features to expand this game, get more sand in the sandbox. And we're entering that phase also along with Unreal 5 finally. So, you know, things should be picking up again, exciting things going in, more fun, more enjoyment, more regular following up patches and content patches over time, and pinpointing specific marketing to show the game for more players out in the world. And hopefully we will grow in a controlled pace. And that also allows us to expand the team to give you even more gameplay over time.
The list of our current features is pretty
many
things that were announced and not in this list.
Yeah, so we have already a category for each one. If it's a short, medium, high, very high, we have those kind of categories already. So we're gonna see how we present this so it kind of makes sense, because that helps you to also get the idea that even though if majority are voting for one feature that may take, you know, 2 roadmaps or two patches or months to finish, that means it can't be on the first batch of roadmap, even though majority wants it. You see what I mean? So yeah, we will try to make that indication as well, so you get a better idea of, even though we want it, this is a big one, it's going to take a while, depending on what it is. Some of them, like I said, are fast, some of them medium, and some are bigger projects. Mules, donkeys, those are pretty cool. A lot of people have been asking for them to have backs. Maybe we can add those versions. The
Yeah,
mules,
we need
the
some
donkeys again.
details. They're fancy.
It's part of one of those, right? We want new mounts types.
Yeah, very good.
Do we start with a ligator, perhaps, most likely? And then maybe the mules. Maybe we can cover the donkey. It's not that far off from a horse, so we have a pretty good baseline to start molding from.
Yeah, it's not that hard to make it.
We'll
Should
see,
be.
right?
Both hands, maybe. Both horses.
Considering combining arena mode and dimension 1 into one project. They have a few functions that they both benefit from or use. Yes, we talked about that when we went through them all. So they have some similarities, absolutely, which means if we do one of them, the other one is already getting one component required for them. 4 games were on Sprint 5, Theory was on Refire Bracket. Why are they not done already? Because we stated when we removed them, look, we can't stress those functions in. They were half finished. We had to drop some of the important bug fixing if we wanted to stick with that. So instead of that, when we saw it doesn't make sense, we said we have to postpone those two to focus on Real 5. It's a huge project. We want to make sure we cover the Unreal 5 transition in a good state, and then we can 100% focus on the features instead, rather than have them spread out. So I hope that makes sense. That was the reason when we did that. Fire Banks, thank you for the prime.
Many models going deep down or what? They all loaded, I can see all of them very far away. Look at this, how far away you can see some models. Why am I even seeing this?
The broker is not unfinished.
It's definitely not
like
in my PC.
We want quality of life on it, right? There's a lot of things we want quality of life on, but it doesn't mean that it's not finished.
Doesn't make sense to see all this.
But we know when it comes to adding quality of life, which also goes along with this. So these are just features. We don't add quality of life or bug fixing.
Surprising I can go this way.
Obviously, we're always prioritizing those, right? And like I mentioned, when we have
finished, that it's possible to go up here.
The last thing in elementalism, we plan to go back on Necro, Spiritism, and Echo. There's a few things we want to polish and fix there before we continue on next magic school, whenever that is.
I'm just pushing back here for some reason.
And yeah, Beastmaster needs a lot of balancing.
Looks like a way down.
We still need to refine some of those abilities to make full use of those. So yeah, we need to polish there as well. The UI, I'm not sure what.
Yeah, UI updates, macros, and so emotes, fun buttons, whatever.
2K.
There's so many things.
No, absolutely not. So it was many months ago. We had struggles with main performance on population. Since the Steam release, we had dedicated coders on optimizing the servers, and we have gone leaps over the months. So even though we haven't been close to the cap, we have kept pushing those optimization patches. The PTR today have one huge server optimization that isn't live today even. So there's, with Unreal 5, we also got a huge optimization on the network. So no, the server doesn't crash due to population. What happens first is if we have a lot of network packaging queuing up or chaos because we have a lot of people and a lot of fights happening simultaneously, you will notice small lag happening first naturally, and when that happens it pauses the login queue to slow down. So whenever people logs out, it allows people to log in, and as soon as the queue have released a little bit, it removes the cap entirely. So it's a dynamic system that handles it, and we haven't got close to those as long as all the functionals running normally, because the capacity have been greatly improved.
Now I can run it
a lot since Steam. So yeah, if the server crashes, it is because of a very specific reason, when something gone very wrong, and that haven't been at all related to any capacity problems as of latest period of the latest year. It's been specific codes that have been wrong that caused either node crashes or, in worst case, server crashes. But they have gone through all of those that have happened over the year and managed to solve all of them we have found and got reports logs of so far. But obviously the more players are playing regularly, the higher the chances is that something that goes wrong more rapidly, which also leads to possible node crashes or worst case server crash. And if there's less players, the chances of the code goes wrong is obviously less, right? So it increases the rate of a possible crash naturally. But yeah, every time that happens, we go through the logs carefully as a team and do everything we can to solve them and patch them as soon as possible. So we always have server stability. That's obviously very important. Obviously, if we see insane amount of players wanting to play, we are adapting the marketing to the population as well. If we start out carefully and we see that we are
I never
fully in
tried
control
to
of
go this
population,
way really,
we can
because usually I don't need to go
marketing.
to this direction.
So we are very careful about that. So we distribute the marketing in a very efficient way, and we pinpoint the marketing. If we see, even though we don't do any marketing and for some reason we have too many thousand players that want to log in and the queue becomes ridiculous,
I almost did
we have
that.
to scale up with additional content as if they were another
without jumping I don't see how to go further,
which still allows you to move between them if we get that many players. But we have a large higher capacity that allows the queue to move very quickly depending on how many players we have online. And like I said, we will adjust the marketing based on initial pressure.
Feels like here should be possible to go. Hidden not the best choice maybe for
But obviously if we see that, yeah, you know, we are growing rapidly, there's a big demand, more people want in, we will need additional continents, right? More land.
Damn it, stop
2K,
sliding.
no, come on, I just explained it. Ridiculous, we've been surpassing 2K many times without the server sweating whatsoever.
Damn it.
I'm just saying, Papa GoFundMe, we all donate, hire some temps, get shit done, chicka boom. Curse girl THMX. So the plan is obviously to go live on 28th.
Not good at
jumping.
jumping. With jumping, probably Shivra can easily go there.
Month. And after that, we hope that we have
different direction.
Good support by players wanting to subscribe to the game, continue to get content and enjoy the game. And that will, in return, allow us to hire more developers, add more things to the game. That is the loop we are aiming for. Yes, last time we had server issues, it was not because we hit a cap of player amount or
the shadows,
like
those maximum shadow settings.
Multiple nodes lining up, crashing, and dumping everything on the next node.
Welcome to Minecraft.
Crashing, dumping on the next one. It became a chain reaction that was horrible. So eventually the entire world was running on one node. And it just broke down. It was a severe issue that happened. And it looks like Sebastian found that issue and solved it.
There.
So that was not due to something commonly being, you know,
possible to swim around. But going here, I know that it's possible, but I think only for jumpable, for characters will not.
We're gonna put the roadmap on the forums so you can read it all there. So you'll get it soon.
For me, it's impossible.
When does the updates happen? So I'm discussing with the team if we wanna roll out a soft Unreal 5 on Steam, just to make sure everything is good before we also start Epic Games
Well, though
store.
Not everything will be good for sure.
We're discussing those details right now, but obviously on the 28th we need to be live, right, on everything.
Damn, this doesn't look safe at all. And I'm started studying. Me.
Just like most of us just need to come back in 6 to a month for a relaunch. What do you mean? The relaunch is on the 28th. That's next week. So come back next week. epic optimism. Epic optimist. The still plans to have new for the new content to be potentially be a NA server. That is still a possibility.
Work isn't in.
Can't confirm 100% exactly what road we need to go.
Minecraft Shadows.
Something we are
almost
evaluating
vertical
still.
horse stuff. Oh well. The game needs a lot of polishing. Oh damn. Oh, there is something here. It's dangerous.
Alright, shall we roll it, ladies and gentlemen? I think it's time, eh? Holy shit, yeah, already 20 past. 20 past!
Feels like I'm looking through textures. This car is so different. Maybe further it's possible to walk with a horse, actually.
Let's roll. Let's roll the dice. Holy shit, I'm way behind as usual. I'm jumping down now and then we will roll it. Oh my god. Right.
Damn, it looks like I will fall down soon. Will not be good.
Alright, I will roll it, guys. Let me find a button.
It doesn't look safe at all. It's still horsey.
Okay, good luck everyone. Snoop and pilfer is the theory. The chosen one, the Jedi function is not on roadmap yet. I don't know if it's suitable to have it as a votable option already, because even though a lot of people can get experience surrounding it, it's still just one player at a time that can tap into that. So it's not like everyone and any casual new player can benefit from that. It's just a cool thing in the background, and if you are lucky, you will see him or face him or fight with him or against him. So you see what I mean?
Why it's so heavy and damn
that's why I'm not sure, because it still is quite the project. So we need to aim on a lot of bang for the buck, where most people get excited and can enjoy those functions before we may get to those more cool but more rare functions, right? Awfully long games. I mean, Thiever was cool in the first game, minus, like I said, no consequences, no balance.
Get up, finally.
Which we know exactly how to deal with this time around. Alright, giveaway time, guys.
That was dangerous.
Let's go. Yeah, the Quebec, exactly.
Yes, only will lower population, will not increase it. That's exactly the feature that can lure more people, because people might be interested.
Twilio.
I found the end of the world. I cannot go further.
Twilio.
It's impossible physically.
Are you here?
This is the end of the world. Is it? Oh, or maybe not. It was invisible texture blocking the way. Why is it walking so easy now? Fell right there. On. Do it.
Are we good with Twilio?
Why are we not good with him?
Or what do we say? He's not here even. I see a few Twilio in the list. I don't like that. I mentioned that before, you know. We don't
Don't
want
like
a
twins.
person to do a few 3-layer accounts to up the chances. You see what I mean? We talked about this before.
Damn,
Shall
some
we
invisible
reroll it?
walls here. I can't walk there.
It does look like there's multiple 3 layers. I don't like that. I don't like that. Alright? So don't do that if you want to try to win the key. Stop it. Stop it. Okay.
Me.
I'm rolling again. I don't like that. Whatsoever. Whatsoever. Alright?
No, you need to write them into
I'm rolling.
official Discord. Or official comment to chat.
I'm rolling.
Well, why not? You should don't do it. Because
Let's
I have
see.
no idea what I would do if I would get one. Because it's probably a Steam key and it's not... doesn't work for Epic Store.
Boom! Gryphonum! Gryphonum! Right,
Yeah,
let's
can
take a
always
look
just
here
drop
then.
out. I guess just give someone who needs it.
Gryphon.
Because I
Let's
don't
see.
really need a key anyway. Oh, I probably will buy on Epic and to have a secondary account eventually, maybe, but I'm still didn't decide yet, really.
Why do we have 55 Gryphon?
I mean, no.
Is this? I see a few legend one, but
This looks like a legend round.
looks strange, guys. Is it strange or not?
Damn, I'm going higher, yay! I'm progressing through this road. I discovered many roads, but this one I never tried. But I heard it's possible, but I saw already a place where it's possible probably.
Drift is all
But
right.
if I would be, I know.
I don't know if it's the same or not. I can't tell. It's there seems to be some
Looking
legit.
for Sarduk.
Usually just a popular
If I would look for
Gryphon.
Sarduk, I would launch first mortal. No, there is a way to lava falls. Logically, as far as I hear it.
SSC.
There's a way to go from Toxai.
Most of them seems real.
But for now, the reason why I'm not going this way because I'm blocked by invisible wall. That's the only
Yeah,
reason. Actually, I think it would be
random.
possible to walk this way up.
I think we're good for now.
Like
This
I
week.
guess. Histic says, yeah, I want to find a way to become part of the Space Sorcerer program.
Let's go for it. I don't see the same noob account that I did on the previous one. Let's do it then.
It's an invisible wall. I can
let
go
me
there.
find that little
I'm
key.
trying. Like, but it's an invisible
That
wall.
little key.
Should I report this? Like, yeah, why not? Put it back.
Bam. Oh my god. Send a little DM, Gryphon. Raimundi, thank you for the prime, 8 month. Thank you. Thank you. Congrats, Gryphon. Are you MO1 veteran or MO2 veteran? Gryphon.
How the chance that someone who is MO1 veteran will be on stream and will not
Jesus,
have a
freaking
client.
neck. Oh.
The mutant
that's
here
it.
looks pretty fine. What noise he's making? What's going on?
That's it.
The code is bad for the house, especially if you own it, I guess.
My god.
So
The only one giveaway
shouldn't sit in
per
code.
session
Or
normally.
maybe I can move around the wall. Yeah, maybe I can. Yay! I
got
found a way.
Gamble,
not.
old school gamble
Oh,
play.
I already
So,
further, I think.
not
No?
too much old school, I would say.
Yeah, I think I
Pretty
managed to
fresh.
get further.
Pretty fresh in the Mortal universe.
It's still blocked.
My neck
Me.
is not very good, but I'm
Maybe I can
alright.
follow it.
But yeah.
Then I can go further
managed through
northwest
the
now.
stream today, so
I'm
I think
trying.
it's a good cue when my neck is
If I would jump,
locking
probably
up
nothing
with
good will come out of
extreme
it.
puncture.
Maybe it's actually not
puncture
blocked.
pain. We are working on the
No,
text and
it's
the
still
bubbles
pushing
right
me.
now. The UI is wrong
Pushing me
and
away.
fooling the players, so we are working on that
Fuck,
right now.
this looks dangerous.
Griffin is a mythical creature. It is a cross between lion and eagle. I think I know which one, yes. The Holy Fool, thank you for the 18 months. What a streak, man. What a streak. Impressive streak.
Yeah, it's dangerous to do such gems, see?
Guys, have you tried the task system on PTR? It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Well, no one will grind this
Pretty
system
cool.
on Peter. But yeah, it's good that we
And you can
get
get some
in this
pretty
something.
cool capes from that, eh? Pretty cool capes. What am I dodging now, Mo 2? I never dodge anything, right? I always respond to everything at least
Oh, damn,
once.
it's way
Sometimes I
higher,
repeat myself
actually.
many times, but I don't want to do too many times because we have a lot of people that have listened to my
And
responses
lock the game,
once
but
and
I'm
twice
slowly
already,
more,
right?
no?
And it just usually starts cycling after 2 hour mark, so that's why that's a pretty good time to wrap things up usually. The
It
result
feels
in all
like I
games
did
and
some
primarily
progress, and
sword
Granon's
of
still
Griffin with no
mineable.
consequences or loss, sword on all games. No, or
Yeah,
some,
what about this
the
way?
thing is, Thievery Mod Line, you also access to lock picking and things that you can do out in your adventure. You don't have to, you know, be doing anything to another player if you don't want to. There will be a lot of content over time with lock picking functions. And you can thieve.
Damn, that's actually nice for you.
Can
Can you imagine building a house here?
AI, but also against players, obviously, right?
Jokes
With a more
aside,
consequence balance function this time around, so you don't just
I
go
have a
naked,
stronghold
try to
with-
steal, fail, die, repeat. You will lose standing
It
as
feels
well. So you have
stronghold.
to consider it more carefully before you start doing that in a city.
Damn, it's too big.
No, griefing is not the whole point of the game. Absolutely not.
No.
Just that a true sandbox game, we are
Foundations not
very
reaching
free
the
to
ground.
do almost whatever you
Structure
want.
cannot build here. Because, the floor is built.
in a
So actually
very
no
dynamic,
hard-coded
complicated game
restrictions
world.
here.
There are obviously room for a lot of sneaky things. And that's always a challenge to make the game fair and controlled and,
Yeah, can you
and
imagine
prevent
this?
as much griefing
Run
as
with
possible.
Stronghold
Right? That's,
near
that's the goal
Texite
for
here.
Mortal Line.
Well,
So I already responded on that one, Knero. I already responded to that one a few minutes ago. We made a public statement as well why
not
we
every
had to
people
remove some
tried
things on the
something
roadmap
like this
when
here,
we
I
were
guess.
focusing on Unreal
not
5
enough
for
space
very
to
important
place
security
anything really.
reasons. And
The
we
house
wouldn't
would be
been here in
possible
this
to
state if
place,
we
I
didn't.
think.
So
Stronghold, no.
good call. And now you will be
I will wait
participating
here.
in
This will be a
choosing
launch
the
pad
order of all those
for
things.
Exodus.
Lock picking is fine, but lock picking would need severe
Oh,
consequences for being
live
caught.
here alone. And wait for
There will
space
be severe
invasion.
consequences for being caught when you try to pickpocket a player, especially in a town. Alright? Severe. Severe!
Don't yell at me, Henrik. I'm trying to find a way. Oh damn, that
We
looks
are
dangerous.
possibly looking into a clay respec later on in a specific setup. Again, I can't say when we will fit this and where it makes sense to fit it. You have a huge, very exciting list now to start digging at, voting at shortly also, and you will help us show
Damn, they
us
couldn't walk
what
further.
should we do next.
No.
Right?
They go cast on weird magic to prevent me
no
from
problem,
running away.
Nero. But like I said, I always try to respond to everything at least once. And I don't want to
The cock
bore
magic.
everyone out by looping it too much. Right?
Is there a cock magic in world that looks like this?
Uh,
I cannot walk there.
Yeah, so
It's
we plan
restrict
to
my freedom.
expand on the task system. Now we have combat tasks, right? We want to do the fishing task and refining crafting also. So there's
Damn
something in
it,
each
I'm
category,
stuck
not
in this
only
place.
combat.
Yes, horse, we're stuck
So,
here.
yeah,
Don't
we're
look
gonna
at me.
expand that now when we had the system
We're
in
just
place.
stuck in this damn place. Can go
We've
further.
done further
This is the end of the
optimization
world,
CPU
basically.
and also overall GPU optimization. We're really trying to crank the juice and the life out of Unreal Engine 5 when it comes to
Oh
give
wow.
as much performance as possible. And there's to a degree where, you know, we do rely heavily on Unreal Engine 5 and their minimum requirements, which is obviously increased from Unreal 4, next generation stuff. So obviously we struggle with that as much as we can, but I think we've gone extremely far when it comes to, you know, as much as we can with what we have. There's a few things more we know we can do, but gonna require a little bit more time. that will also help a little bit in the future. Do you see PAX Day as a competitor in the genre? Not really. We have looked at how they're developing their game. Seems to be a cool team. Obviously experienced developers also coming from EVE Online, right?
I just live here in Minecraft.
And it's very clear they are focusing on a very cool dynamic building function, and that is their main hook, right? And
the game still have this bug.
Building castles and buildings very dynamically.
It's a very cool only thing, info about
feature,
first
right?
gather
But it comes at a cost, and they don't have any meshing or large-scale network MMO solution. They went more the small instanced node setup that Unreal Engine offers as a multiplayer thing. So I wouldn't say it's the same kind of large-scale world network multiplayer. It's more like small instanced, 100 players.
Can it go there?
You know, like many other so-called online half MMO games. Arc, you know, I don't know how many can you play on Arc today.
Half MMO.
Somewhere around 100 as well, right? On per server.
Pretty bold.
Instanced, if I'm not mistaken. I recall the exact numbers. But you see that kind of approach. So they're not trying to build a MMO.
Yeah, they're not
mmorpgs. They're trying to see how do we make a group session based on one of those servers using Unreal's network multiplaying options and try something small scale.
The light is so contrast. Look at
very
this.
Convenient.
White and black here. Why?
Minimizing risks of large scale network challenges, I would say.
Yeah, this magic prevent.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they have collision.
Can it
so
go
that's
higher?
A very big game changer. They don't have collision on characters, right? So it's more like, wow, you can stand in each other's and just spam swings. So very different combat, very different.
Yeah, that's what we have in First Mortal, basically.
MMO network solutions. I don't know if what kind of sand they're going to focus on other than building forts and obviously fight, right? So I don't think it's close. There are many other games that are much more close, like EVE Online, even though it's space and spaceships, makes it quite different. But there are much more comparison in some of the core functions. Ultima Line, you know, Dark Age of Camelot. But looks nice.
Can I build it in the water?
And more theme park, right? And pay to play, free to play microtransaction.
And Kansas Magic, I can
but
go there.
I could be wrong.
So restricted.
Wrong, but that's
maybe in the past it was possible to go, and now it's impossible. Actually,
interpretation of what I've seen.
Maybe it was cut down.
Blogs and updates.
There are some multiple ways where I can go, but I cannot go because of this magic.
Every 6 weeks or so. We will try to have the shortest minimum span for it to be practical, right? And there will most likely be something of the larger content in every second or so, depending on how we puzzle together the roadmaps.
Yeah, that's another slide then.
Lobbies are much easier than what you have done. Yeah, I mean, just making lobbies games like Dark and Darker, any just multiplayer game. They are not MMO. I think that's quite misleading. I wouldn't say they are a classic MMO at least. It is utilizing many servers and doing Unreal Engine multiplayer games, match sessions. That's what it is. That's not a network MMO solution. Many games go that approach, and I find it odd when they label it MMO when it's not really, I would say. But maybe when they say that they have hundreds of those servers spread out, it becomes thousands of players, right? But yeah, I don't know if there's specific terms for it, but yeah, absolutely. You can avoid a lot of network one world challenges if you go that route. So we fully understand why many go that route.
I mean, just
and try to
800
just make
of
cool,
gold.
nice small gameplay action straight to the point. But a very different game from our game like Mortal 9, I would say. Yeah, I agree. There are multiplayer action arenas. There's a big difference between Dark and Darker and something like Mortal 9 2. Yeah, exactly. And it looks like when I saw their network approach, PAX Day is the same as Dark and Darker. They use one Unreal server for their players, like 100 players. So you can never do a siege like in Mortal Online. in PAX Day if they don't change the network solution, I would say. Healthy addiction, yeah, but if you there was used to be a term when the MMO genre was birthed that you need to have at least 1,000 players in one world to call it a MMO, a massively multiplayer online game. If you
We
have
don't
100
have thousands of
as a
players
cap
right now.
on one server, you call that MMO?
It's not MMO.
When I grew up
Confirmed
and
by
learned what
Henrik.
MMO is and what the term and label was, when listening
Damn.
to Origin,
You should be
and
really
Ultimate
careful
Line,
with these phrases.
it's not a MMO. It's a multiplayer game.
I
And
think
it's
it's the
very
same in
different in
his
terms of
chant.
how you build the game. Faster, easier, and you don't have to consider a lot of the troubles and challenges that we have to face. So, you know, it's very... Sometimes we said, why didn't we? It would be so much easier, right?
Have a
But
good
our
night, Lingo.
passion lie in making a huge world where thousands of players can play together, meet together, and such. But yeah, that's just my view on it. I guess you can call it whatever you want these days, right? MMO is a big thing, but to me MMO meant RPG and 1K on the same server. Yeah, the old school label of a MMO is
Am I
at least you need
stuck? Look
at
at
least 1,000
what's
players
going
in
on.
one world, one server, because you can't have a multiplayer network replication like Unreal Engine to make MMO.
Am I not moving?
You can't have more than 100 people before things goes wrong.
Now I'm moving.
A
Oh, it
network
looks like when I
solution
run
are
out
built
of
very
stamina, horse
differently
stop moving.
to be able to handle large
Interesting.
scale of packages and data and actions in the same
Probably
game
not many
world
people
between
swim.
many multiple clients.
Look at
Obviously,
this.
that
So it
comes
recovering
at
stamina.
a cost, right? So you have to build everything surrounding that.
Press
And
further,
everything
I may
starts with the
swim
server
even
network.
further. Yeah, I do.
It's lovely to throw that all out the window and just use Unreal Engine's multiplayer function because it's already done.
At the moment I'm
But
pressing menu, I'm stepping
The
swimming.
downside is you
Interesting.
can't make MMO. It's gonna be 100 players per server.
Or maybe not
right?
the month after some time. Horse is stuck in.
BTR fighting was great, smooth, looked really good. Yeah, we're very happy with the result and the feedback we got on our
You need to
latest
press all the time, I
improvements
guess.
on PTR.
To swim. Otherwise it's becoming stuck eventually. Yeah, now it's stuck. And movement fully stuck now.
Yeah, you can go from one server to another server
Mhm.
in many of those games,
That's
but
bug.
you're still limited by the Unreal Engine network. You can't have 1,000 players in one huge area, right? You have 100. So that means they need to make very small maps, because if you only have 100, obviously you need to make a small arena match to cater for that, right? Makes sense. And that means they can put all the energy on that little map, optimize it, and whatever function they have in that area. So very different types of game and how you create them. But yeah, I mean, we have had 450, 460, I think it was close to 460 as a record in one location, everyone fighting, and it worked. Everyone had lower FPS, but it worked. The server didn't have any issues, and it was an insane sight to see 460 players on the screen all over the place, shooting magic, boulders, fighting, screaming. Holy shit. That's rare in a MMO, especially with these type of details. Like I said, PAX Day doesn't have collision, you can stand in each other's. We have collision and body parts. It makes it 10 times more complicated and, you know, a different experience, I would say. A different approach, right? Depends on what you're looking for and what you care about, right? And we have first person. It's a key rule. You are the person. You can't cheat in looking around the corners. Depends on what you're looking for, right? Yeah, we will see if we can increase the FOV option in one of the patches. We'll take a look.
Interesting bug. Okay, let's continue swimming.
Mortal 2 on Steam will need to purchase them again on the Epic Store for Unreal 5. No. If you already own the game,
special.
you will
He's
get
not saying
Unreal
anything
5 the
special right now,
patch
really.
wherever you have it, either on Steam or Epic. So no, you don't have to buy anything. You will just get the patch and it will be on Unreal 5.
Nothing important.
Do you have those login issues, Game Alone, on PTR, or have you tried that, or is it only on live? And do you have multiple accounts, and it's when you go back and forth of them? We are investigating this, and as much data as we can get, it helps us to identify what's going on, right? Because it doesn't happen everywhere for everyone, so that's the challenge, right? Chubsteronsky, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate it.
Just need to press all the time to move. Damn, it's actually frustrating snow. I shouldn't swim straight and be faster by running around, but basically it doesn't matter what I'm doing right now.
Like Doom when action or
I already finished the journey anyway.
They're pretty
teleport,
pretty
but there's not much
hardcore
reason.
rock music in Doom,
Maybe
right?
there is. I think. I basically checked all the cities, we checked everything, so there are towers only around Tintram, basically in this area. Towers. There's one tower here and a few towers here.
That
one tower
allows
is
you to
there.
see a player
That's
further
all.
away.
No more towers anywhere for now.
We don't plan
And
to
there are no guards near
increase
the
it further.
towers.
We already are way beyond normal ranges. Free look, yeah, that could be a nice one, I agree. Yeah, Navy, but what happens if the next server is 100 and you have 50 people that want to go there in war? You can't. So what happens then? Those are the limitations, that you can't go large-scale sieging in Pack Stay until they change the network solution, right? I mean, sure, it can be 20 people spread out on all those servers, and you can go there with your group and siege another group of 20 people, and you can go to different servers and do that, sure. Similar to playing Ark, right? Rust or whatever. We have a transition, non-instanced world. Everyone can, pretty much go to the same location. There's no hard limit. The limit will be your client getting down to 1 FPS eventually, right? Depending on your hardware. And then, of course, physical land space when it comes to Midland. Did you have the same login issues as live? At least for me, average 20-minute waiting time for login. So we really want to have one of those cases so we can dig deeper, right? Because, whenever we ask a group or try with 50 people or everyone in the team, we don't experience this, so it's very hard to debug what may be happening in this case, and if it's multiple accounts and so on. So yeah, we really need to dig into this, and we are very helpful to see. We're very grateful if someone can, point out it's happening to me now, and hopefully when we can do that during work hours and Sebastian is here, we can debug it in a much more efficient way. It's strange that would be a thing that happens, since we haven't changed the code at all since, how many months is it? I don't recall. So yeah, we need to investigate, absolutely.
Should fall the cliff, it would save a bit of time at least.
Means the player pop in a node line? Yeah, but we support way more than 100 people one node line. We don't have a hard cap, it depends on what they do. Like I said, we had a battle of, we had 600 people, 700 people in one node, where 460 of those were in one location fighting flawlessly. And the node wasn't hitting any caps or whatever. We've had several nodes crashing, which means the other nodes takes over, which meant we had 1,100 or something at most on one node at one time, and players wasn't even complaining. Only the one that got dropped from the nodes that died, but everyone that still played on that one node. With that show that we have pretty good capacity on the nodes, and there's no hard cap on our nodes, and they're invisible, so it's not the same thing at all as you play on one server or another server. Loading time go there with hard caps, right, by the network engine. So it's comparing apples and oranges, right? I think you can compare more Backstay, Dark and Darker, Arc, those are a little bit more closer, I would say, in how they do this kind of server swapping and how we move between them, right? While EVE Online is a little bit more like Mort Online. I think those are closer comparisons. Alright, guys. Fob. Yeah, we'll take a look on the fob. Servers lag like crazy and foreign. Yeah, they're not built with that in mind. They're building those games with mind like even 100 is a pretty big amount when playing Rust, right? So they don't focus on that. You jump in, you have those instant actions in small scale on thousands of servers.
Yeah, it's funny that some people don't understand the difference between mmorpg and
because they're not
regular
building design in mind to support it even.
So all the survival games have very small amount of people.
Before we move on to
and different speed of gameplay.
Alright guys, I'm almost hitting 3 hours. I always run a little bit late. But like I said, it's always enjoyable to hang out with you guys. To discuss all these things. Always interesting to hear your feedback and how you experience the game in different ways. We're gonna post this soon on the forums as well, so everyone can take a read there and write and discuss things. We're gonna clarify them, and then eventually
it probably will be the same mode as right now with feedback.
Both options on your accounts. So yeah. Getting close, guys, to deliver one hell of a milestone. World first MMORPG on Unreal 5. And we can finally focus on
7 days later will be another one.
It's going to be very exciting to deliver content and features again. And
well, hopefully it will help with promotion.
So it's going to be exciting. Alright, let's take a look.
Because this game
guys.
is not that finished.
Let's do the classic raid poll, shall we?
Need to use this word ban on his channel. But anyway, yeah. Well, they're still doing it first, so technically...
Yeah, there's been a lot of challenge, struggles, frustration throughout the journey of Modern Line. No doubt, we feel the pain as much, even more, believe it or not, than you do.
Because they're losing resources, I guess, from this.
We want to do everything we can to make the game the best possible sandbox experience ever. It's our passion.
Well, it's a milestone after all, if you think about this. Like, it's, I mean, finally switching game to new engine version, it's not that easy, especially this game, but
very much appreciate it.
I don't know, it's still huge milestone. They work a couple of years or at least on this.
The journey will begin in Unreal 5 and Epic
And
Games
finally
tomorrow,
they
so
finished and can start developing on it, not on UE4. That wasn't that good for MMORPGs. Like on UE4 there were not many games, mostly only a few mobile trash games without big locations. On UE5 there are plenty of them announced, so I mean plenty of more RPGs.
Right. 1 minute to vote, guys.
So I think, well,
hit it.
It definitely should be easy to develop further. So yeah. I guess Jake should be ready today.
I think we have rated everyone that is streaming.
Oh,
so,
Lord, just
just click here on the poll. There's a
Jake
poll
have
running.
Birthday today.
Vote on
it's Friday now.
We should raid today. That's all.
So I'm surprised that Henrik just not raiding him.
20 seconds left.
Lourdes it is then, I guess.
Seems like Lourdes is taking the lead.
And he just started streaming like 2 minutes before.
Avaira TV.
Waited for the moment.
J45's birthday, yeah, that's right. He's turning 31, right? He's becoming an old man. We're all getting old. Yeah. I heard it was his birthday. We can always watch both and say happy birthday to Jake as well, right?
Can we build here? Just out of curiosity. Yeah.
All right, Lourdes, it is today.
Okay.
Right.
Now I can build strongholds here. Why?
Thank you all
and no build zone.
tuning in today.
Okay, so it's not allowed to build anything here. Hopefully they will expand this territory.
Thank you for all the questions, your donations, subscriptions, and all of that. We appreciate it. And we're getting to a very exciting time now. Very close to finally deliver on Unreal 5. It feels a little bit unreal almost. We're gonna do the roadmap voting sessions. So we will also eventually, when we have that iron out, we made a puzzle. We're gonna publish them on the website as well. So you're gonna help us with that.
Yeah, PSG is pretty low right now. Because of many bamboo, I suppose.
All right.
Many shadows. Many shadows.
And I will see you very soon again.
Soon.
Yeah. Have a good night. And
good night, Henrik. Okay, so yeah, let me close the stuff. Apparently it's freezing as hell. Yeah. By the way, what's the performance now when I close that? It's also affected performance 100%. Yeah, closed. Okay. If I run around, would be the same lower FPS or not? It's also browser affected with all the stuff loaded, plus in OBS transferring this. Apparently it should affect. Especially because I'm streaming through GPU. And actually, yeah, without it, it's actually better FPS. Still, I can say that it's struggling, but like 5 FPS more for sure. And most is... Nah, oh no, actually no, when I'm coming closer, well, 3 FPS better maybe, but yeah, still no. Yeah, I know. Didn't review GPU. Oh, apparently it's using a bit different, but at the same time I'm streaming through GPU as well. So I can say that it's fully, it doesn't matter, but yeah, it's a bit different part of GPU anyway. But not on the end. Anyway, I don't know. Some music anyway, just something. So what can we say after all this? There were many things showed announced. Well, they weren't really shown, but Henrik fans showed what they at least plan in theory to release in upcoming future. And there are no many features that were mentioned. So what exactly does the game need right now? First of all, game need population. How to get population? Apparently you bring new players, lure them somehow. That's mainly promotion. So you need two things for this. Something to actually have in game and some good promotion for it. Like good trailers, good luring I know, text, etc. Second, it should retain population, should keep new players in game instead of draining them away, what actually happens right now. So for this we need criminal system, proper criminal system, so newbies will not be griefed, proper tutorial, so people will not be bored too much and will understand what to do, because people not used to sandbox games, they used to just immediately get a quest and run one by one all the quests and lines, and they're always overwhelmed by quests. They have many of them. They have many ways to go all the time, and for players to choose where to go. In sandbox you also have freedom, but you kind of can be frustrated, lost, and don't know what to do, because originally you don't have any goals. You might have a goal like to explore the world, understand how it works, etc., but not everyone has such goals. And majority of players actually will be frustrated and lost. So it's very important to explain what the game is in tutorial process. It should be interesting, entertaining, it should explain and show main things of the game, show people how to recover instead of dying and losing everything, don't know what to do, because you can only craft wooden swords, that's what was you told to do, or grind graveyard. And if you die in a graveyard, farming graveyard will not help you. So yeah, such things should be explained as well. The criminal system should be improved, roads should become safer, territories around towns should be safer, Griffin towns should be close to impossible, but I don't see any changes in this way. And also Haven will not be changed and still teaching wrong things. This is bad. How bad is this is questionable. Like, it will not keep too many players, but if there will be also an additional Grift right after the Haven, it will be even worse. Also, with additional things that finally fixed that transition from Haven to Mirrorland took at least a couple of hours that you cannot log in. You don't get a proper explanation why you cannot get to mainland. Some people looks like, according to reviews, someone even thought that he was banned. So like it's also drained away some people. So we have many obstacles on the way from newbies to actually enjoying the game. Only hardcore players mostly will stay that ready to explore, ready to find the obstacles. But to make this game popular, we need to make it a little bit more friendly at the beginning, especially. And it's not that friendly right now. But damn, it looks beautiful. Hunting bird, yeah, we don't have still even bird, by the way. We have, yeah, finally some tasks for hunting, for killing bandits, killing things basically. It's something, it's way better than nothing. It's already something that might drift people further, but proper tutorial and free-to-play Haven would help a lot with this as well. Because Haven, for example, in the first game that we just experienced, was pretty interesting place. With many things to do, with straight go, you can know about this demon, try to gather all the keys and go there. But you're not getting proper tutorial how to craft things, but still, well, in second games they did it a little bit better, but it's still awful because it's teaching you wrong things, not what you actually need to do. So yeah, we have cleared the problems with skipping population. Devs trying to do at least something, they finally making these red names. But the problem is red name become a gray name if they flagged, so it's not keeping its murder state. That's not good. Also, this lead to many ways to grief people in town still. It's not solving the problem really. It helps a bit to not trust guys with red names, but also at the same time it might cripple that you will trust more blue names because they are not red, but they still can be not friendly at all. So, questionable thing. Yeah, content creators are basically number one promotion right now, especially for Mortal. We also have very good example with Apex Legends. It was promoted fully and only through streamers. So it's just spawned one day and no one knows about this game, but a bunch of big streamers were paid a lot to stream it non-stop. And voila, this game is one of the main competitive games nowadays. One of the biggest games on Twitch and have tons of players. And in my opinion, it doesn't have anything special really in gameplay. Just because it was properly promoted. But in case of Mortal, it will not work because we have stream snipers and devs do nothing to them. So, like, even I have problems with them, and any big streamer will have huge problems with this. So, yeah, it will not be good. Not sure how good it will be, but we'll see. But drops helping with this, because by using drops, people come from the game to watch it on Twitch, who usually don't watch it. And if they don't watch, they at least keep it online, so they rise the line of category. And because of it, people on Twitch see a new category, new game. They check in what it is. Some of them will watch streamers, some of them actually streamers, and will start streaming for their auditor as well. So eventually it will rise awareness about the game. So it's definitely will be good. So yeah, that's also a good thing that might happen. We'll see, maybe it will help. Also, low rating on Steam doesn't help games that much. But with this you cannot do much. Mistakes are already made, so they can be easily fixed. So yeah. But the thing is, even if we drop in all these obstacles and someone protrudes through this and start playing, they run into a tons problem. low amount of gameplay mechanics, low amount of gameplay loops, not enough content. And that's where the streams come in. All this was announced, and not that many things actually can keep people entertained for a long time from this list. I was quite disappointed by seeing such a small list, like outside of... Okay, there was a main list that didn't have many features that were announced, but all the other lists didn't have even half of, even third of the features that were announced. And that was strange. Well, the game, for example, you can remember the trailer that they prepared for release of UE4, but didn't launch it because the game already got a lot of attention and they have a lot of problems. They eventually just dropped this trailer because they plan to make a new one on UE5, and well, not sure will they do a new trailer or not. Logic is they should, but I have no idea when and how they would do it, because they didn't organize any special events to make some interesting juicy pictures and for this. So I don't know. Hopefully they have something in their sleeve. Because game already have enough features. It's first person, very immersive and beautiful game that itself can bring many people. In addition, they can show pretty unique crafting system, all the smelting alchemy stuff, like all these things like bounty hunting system. Like it's all looks interesting and intriguing itself. You don't need much content because you can show like trailer for 1 hour. Even for 5-minute trailers, they have enough content to show. It will be more than enough for people who are actually interested in some sort of games like this. Like I would be immediately hooked there. I would say something based on content what we have in game. So we don't necessarily need a lot of content to lure new people. New content, we need to keep them in game. Because if they will not be entertained for many months, they will leave the game. Because it's subscription based. There should be content non-stop. And for that reason, they should prepare something that they can do in 2-3 months. But something that will also add a lot. And this means that they can do huge systems at the same time making a bunch of small systems, so a couple of distant systems should be good. Should be something focused on endgame. Because for the beginning, we have enough stuff to keep new player busy. The only things that I would add, just a lot of POIs. Because POIs keep players at first months perfect now. Especially with some task hunting system, it should be perfectly combined. But for future, we need more content overall, and mainly gameplay loads, because 18 dungeons is always good. Yeah, and something like this is always like huge, basically place of interest where people gather for PvE and PvP. But as we can see how it works in game, one guild will just control it and we will lose this content. Like we have Mina dungeon or Necro dungeon, but no one outside of a couple of guilds go in there because it's always controlled by a couple of guilds. So we need something else. Like arena could be interesting feature if it would be done properly. It is in the list. I don't know what exactly they want to do. But for example, can you imagine line of arenas, like big ladder, and arenas in every single settlement, but they would be like of different tiers. And you need to find some shitty pit holes and climb up the ranks each season, for example, to even get opportunities to fight in better arenas in few cities that have better arenas, and then on the main grand arena in Tindra versus best fighters that climb there as well. Also could be more game modes in Tindra arena and stuff, so yeah, also some titles and features. So this will keep PvPers busy heavily, because most of the griefers are small scale fighters. They just fight in random solos or small groups. Instead, they could actually spend time in arenas, crushing people and showing how strong they are as players, etc. That would be perfect. That would keep griefers away from new players, that would keep all the players who need small scale PvP entertained any moment, You can always just go for arena. And also it's a way to PvP freely with gear, not just naked shitty doing in cities. That would be a healthy way, additional way of PvP that anyway should be in game. It's, no matter when it will come, it's anyway should come to the game. So I would say the arena system should be the main one, gladiator system even, not just arena. Also it could be many game modes there, can both PvP and PvE and PvPvE, where everything will be involved. It would be awesome to add viewers. So you as a citizen, as just a player, you can, even if you not participate on the arena, you can come to Tendrum, buy a ticket, sit there, and there would be some kind of NPC entertainer or whatever that will react during the fight and, for example, allow you to vote. For example, I know this fight is too long, let's make it more spicy, let's add more cougars to the arena. Are you up for this? And you vote in as a viewer. I know, ability also to buy tomatoes, eggs, whatever, and throw them in participants, whatever makes sense. Like, it's possible to make so much fun. Like throwing coins on the arena for them to run around and gather. Some people will behave like loot goblins, some will be serious sweaty fighters, some will be entertained like, I know, Stinkai and others, like just play muscles and move around. Maybe they will fail all the time, but they will be entertaining and people will love them. So that would be a whole interesting system that can be upgraded again and again, further and further, and always will keep people busy instead of slaughtering each other. So I would say it's must have. And we don't have it right now. That's the thing of sandbox. You have many toys in the sand. You sit in your sandbox, you can choose a shovel, you can choose a car, I don't know, an animal, whatever. You can play with different things here. You don't need to actually sit and hug with everyone in the sandbox. Everyone find what they like. The goal of Henrik is to create a full-scale mmorpg where everyone can find something interesting. Like, even now we have people who are very separate, who never encounter each other in the world, even if they play in the same online. They're doing absolutely different things. They're not in instances, but they're in the same world, but they just separated. No, not all of them. What effect some guys sit in Gaokor like Battle Brothers doing on me? Zero effect. Until I would decide to go in this shitty corner, just for lose for one stream, like they have zero effect on me. I don't care about them, they don't affect on me anyhow. And the same as I don't care, I don't connect to them anyhow as well. I don't affect them too. That's the thing. That's how it works right now. Like people who sit in jungle, how they affect on me? They don't affect on me. And I don't affect on them. People who sit like this audience that's sitting in Mina dungeon or Tianmin sit in Necro dungeon, how they affect on me? They don't affect on me. I never see them. So that's the thing. This world is supposed to be big and have many things to do. You can spend your time doing your stuff and never encounter them. Like I know many people that I usually don't encounter, like I know Snarty Barfas who making this beer, selling tons of beers in Tindrum and towns around, gathering, making it, hanging out with specific players. He's a very active player, but I never encounter him. He's out of my gameplay loop usually. And he's also a fellow role player. Like there are many players of different kinds that spend time in different zones and doing absolutely different stuff. Like there are many people who just live in the damn sewers and spending all the time there. There are even silver guard guilds, and like I so rarely encounter any of these people. They don't affect my gameplay and I don't affect their gameplay, and I travel a lot and do a lot of different stuff. I tried all the mechanics in game and we still have no connection to each other, and it's absolutely normal because people may tired of doing one thing, they can decide to do another thing in the world, they can go there and voila, they can encounter absolutely different people that are doing different stuff there. The thing is we just need high population to keep everything work. Because for example, right now we get to see, this is one of this kind of gameplay loops. That separated people a lot. People left cities, people now live in their settlements, and you don't see most of them. No matter who you are and where you play and how you play, you don't see most of the players, even in your prime time. In other time zones, you especially don't know anyone. There are many players that you don't know in this world. The world is big and supposed to be bigger. Like, for example, maybe you'll be in love in Sarduka, you like it, you don't want to return on Mirrorland. People who play on Mirrorland will never see you on Nordveld or any other content. Like, who knows? Maybe you'll spend all the time on Underdark. That's what I'm saying, like, it's all separated, it's fine. We just need online for this. But Arena, for example, will keep busy people here, and also it will populate Tindram. It will make many things better. What is the main gameplay loop? Like, I know, if you take, I know, Lineage 2, for example, that still have dozens of servers. They all pirate servers. They're not even official servers. There are also official servers, but there are many, for example, pirate servers in Russia, and many of them have thousands and thousands online. So summary, it's like hundreds of thousands of players playing very old, outdated game that from gameplay have basically just grind, extremely boring, very hardcore, extremely boring grind, hardcore economy, everything is mostly made or looted by players, and what they can siege actually once a week some castles. They can anytime register to siege a fort, and they can go on different instances, they can go on different locations to actually grind, but people spend most of the time just talking with each other, farming something, killing each other to be able to farm something because they need some spots specific with specific mobs, and just killing each other to get access to these places, because fight for spots is the main thing that happens there, and people gladly playing it for years and years and years. And what is main gameplay loop there? Just grind and fighting to be able to grind. That's basically it. But the core of such games is usually guilds. The core of sandbox games is usually guild conflicts. That's the main thing, because guilds and summary have majority of player base. And these guilds always trying to do just simple things like farm and making themselves stronger, trying to take, I know, stronghold, keep, whatever, and in process they encounter other players, inevitably, and they will show each other that, trying to show that they are stronger, better, whatever, trying to control something, eventually lead to conflicts, eventually lead to drama, eventually people start fighting with each other, and lead to more and more and more interactions and situations what they need to do. Because with the loons they need to get better gears, they need to farm XP, etc, like gathering and so on. So it's a main driven thing of mmorpgs, and especially sandbox MMORPGs. Everybody should have go through the same ups and downs. No, some players just create characters and sit in town and fish, and they're perfectly happy. They talk to others, fishermen, talk to other people and so on, and they're perfectly fine. So no, and I don't fish at all. I don't like this fishing. To everyone's own. You don't meet this fisherman in cities that you never visit. Like, if you don't visit Toxai, you will never meet Toxai fishermen. And so affect economies. They send their reptile carapace from turtles, send some scales, etc. Send some blood core that people use in sieges. And gladiators, if they will be, they will need a lot of gears. They will die on and lose their stuff. They will need tons of equipment. They will need tons of food to recover reserves. They will need tons of things. So economy in Tindram will be very different if it will come. And in many other places as well, because it will be smaller arenas, for example. And there will be many niches to create all this equipment, and people will need to farm for this equipment. So people will all travel through the world together, and so it's a huge chain of things because it's living economy. So it's all connected in its own way. There's hunters that gather in quality leather as padding for the armor for a gladiator in Tindram, and he gathering it in Mokke, for example. They will never meet each other, most likely. But it does mean that they're not connected in its own way, eventually. So, I disagree, it's all connected in its own way. But you don't need necessarily to just sit all together in one place. It will break economy and world itself. World's supposed to be huge. People are supposed to choose what they like and spend time where they like. They're supposed to have a choice, not just sit in one spot like in First Mortal, because they don't have a choice. And that's why I think that Arena is one of the good things. It will keep more new players in the game, because they will not be harassed that much. It will keep many old players that look at tournaments. They're just small scale 1-on-1, 3-on-3, maximum 5-on-5. And people happy to see them. People happy to participate in them. People like the Thursday fights. That's also mostly small scale. That's what people like, actually. Many people would be glad to participate in something like this official with ranking system, with some achievements and features, with some rewards. People would gladly do it. That's what keeps so many people busy. And instead of being bored, they would actually will enjoy the game and will not prevent others to enjoy their gameplay. I can disagree, because this is a world and it's interesting to do different stuff. Like, why need crafting game itself is like can craft in real life? It's way more interesting and diverse. Why you need to fight in Mortal if you can fight in Mortal? Because there it will be more detailed and better ping. Like, why you need such things? Why you need to explore Mortal? Because there are some worlds that actually more detailed and have more lore. Why do you need all this? Because all in one place, and there is no other games that combine all the stuff like this. That's why. There are many games that doing some things better, but there is no other games that combine all this together. Now these aspects should be in game. And I mentioned today also Battlegrounds from World of Warcraft. It doesn't matter how it's called, sandbox or theme park, because both genres basically have similar elements. And original World of Warcraft and also Burning Crusade, they have very active free world PvP. It was very active. It was non-stop in all the high-level zones. And at the same time, Battlegrounds also were active and exist and function perfectly well. Because the way how it works. What killed online interactions, auto searches for groups, auto teleports to these places, etc. People stopped running through the world, people stopped doing anything. They just sit in town near auction house and teleport to whatever they want to do. That's what's killed the game interactions. So if we'll get some arenas, that will be perfect. Making some place where you can come, like for example some specific ruins tower or whatever, where you can come and go through portal to participate in something like Dark and Darker, why not? You still need the world to gather your equipment. Process of gathering can be complicated, connected to controlling some territory with your guild or other guilds, and doing diplomacy with guilds to be able to farm the stuff or buy the stuff. Making connections to connect to crafters who craft the stuff for you, your equipment, for example, hunting maybe things and conflicting with other hunters, etc., or uniting with them. It's so many connections, and it's all connected because you all these connections get in one person who equipping the stuff and go in there to either get more or lose it with other people like him. So I don't know, I don't see the problem in this as well. It's fully connected to the game world. You also need to travel to some place to go there, so that's perfect, I would say. It's not bad. So this dimension system is also fine. Like, problem not in idea, problem in the same how it can be done. If it will be done properly, it will not have any problem. If it will be done poorly, then, well, yeah, you can make it like in many other games where you just getting shitty dailies, you getting notification about this, the game basically forcing you to go there, you're getting shitty rewards there, you have no risk there, you're not losing anything, it have zero connection to what's going on in the world. If you just pressing button, teleport somewhere, killing, I don't know, 30 mobs, getting a bit of XP and teleport back. And if you die, you're not losing anything. So yeah, this is a better implementation. But if you need to gather all the equipment, find your comrades that will go with you and fight with you, and go all of them to some place like a magic tower or whatever and go through portal, well, yeah, and you're risking everything, and you also need to return back with the stuff. You can be robbed and killed on the way to tower, in the tower, on the way back from tower. So it's so many connections. So I wouldn't say that it's not connected to the world. It's more than connected. It's part of the world. And we need like dozens and dozens of such mechanics. Many of them everywhere. So people travel to different locations. Like you start playing, for example, in Fabernum, and you decide to go somewhere because there is something interesting there. That's how adventures are starting. We already can see how it works. But we don't have many places to be, not many places to go. Like look at this fucking textures without anything. There's a little bit of counts here and that's it. If there would be no strongholds and stuff, that would look even worse. But we have some more detailed region, and we need all the regions to be detailed. We need tons of POIs, we need many of different locations and things to do. Veteran system is just good because it's stimulate grinding part of the gameplay. Like many people just like to farm to perfection, farm to last level, farm to have highest level, whatever, to be the best crafter or whatever. Like many people who address this stuff. And also if you just like the person, like I like sometimes just log in, activate some podcast to listen, and I'll listen some news or whatever, and just run around my place and hunt some things, whatever. It's just, I don't know, I like the core mechanics. If you're doing it bit by bit, it's always fun. Just travel somewhere, deliver something somewhere, etc. Just small things, and they all already bring me some joy. And they're also good. I'm getting some info, also getting some myself business. I know, it's just relaxed and nice. And we can add tons of mechanics that eventually will be like this. You just log in and you decide what you want to do, depends on amount of time you have. And you should be able to find something to do in any amount you have. For example, sewers right now are good because at least it's something to do. If you just logged and have small amount of time, you can just go sewers. Most likely you'll encounter someone to speak with or fight with. It's not the perfect solution at all, it's just something at least. Just remove sewers and where can you go just to do something fast. No variants basically. And I need way more of such things. That's why many people just log and go and dueling on Fabrum Square, for example, because it's something. They're trying to speak with locals, they're trying to fight in these duels. Maybe at some point someone will run and tell that, oh, there are murders in Graveyard, and people will unite and go there at least to do something. That's just, this game is interesting because you log in and you don't know what to expect. You may have some rough plans what to do, and you don't know how it will go, how it will end, because it's all lead to interactions with other players. And many people also are not really social. They might be talkative if they will find some friends, but they not interact first. They will just solo run around and I don't know, do some grind. And veteran system and this hunting task and stuff, they will help to keep these players in game as well. The more of different kind of players we'll have, the more interesting it will be for everyone. And more population, it will be more money for developers and more things to create because there will be money to do it. So we need everyone. Instead of just saying, oh, this game not for everyone, let's just keep it rough, whatever. Like, okay, you can do it and you'll have this low population till the end. Or you can make it good for everyone. Well, not good for everyone maybe, but everyone should be able to find something to do. Maybe sometimes through struggle, but still. Should be things to do in different places. So peaceful players will be able eventually sit in towns, play these town games, until some point when they will find some people who will lure them into some adventures somewhere. Thus they can get into PvP and so on. And eventually maybe they will find that they actually like it and will change their playstyle. That's why you need more mechanics. But it doesn't mean that it's main gameplay loop. That's why I contradict with you. Don't agree with you fully, because there is no one particular mechanics that you should do. Like, everyone doing what they like. But the thing is, the more we do, there should be the more meaningful ways to interact with each other. Whatever you start doing, there should be something on your way, a chance to get into something unexpected, dynamic, a player encounter, a PV encounter, or maybe one of them lead to each other, whatever, like anything. Whatever you start doing, you should be able to eventually interact with players in some way. But not like, oh damn, I need to go there, I need people for this necessary. But at the same time, add notice boards. Place a note on them notice boards that I wanna go, I know, Solana Cave, I need a couple more people, I can heal, I can shoot with longbow, I wait in the tower and come to me if you're interested. And some people would come. And while he waits, he can play with other people inside. Why not? So, could be many variants. Could be, yes, this meteor is falling away and you can grab your boys and go for this meteor, and other people will do the same. You will PvP there for whatever is fall from the sky. Should be way more things, like war should be dynamic. All the time should be something happen. Should be, in no matter where you are, you should be able to find something to do. That's what should be the goal for developers. And right now we have very short amount of time, because devs apparently in hurry to make this game. Henrik mentioned this time as well. Like, this should be the first game on the UE5 engine with technology. You want to use it to promote the game, and it might help even if after 1 week after release of Mortal 9 will be a Throne and Liberty. Is it also based on UE5? It also was originally in the UE4 and was transferred to the UE5 during the process. And a game from very big company actually. So it will be hugely promoted as well. So it's their last chance. They can postpone it more if they want to use this feature and not allow others to use it. So maybe it will help. And Mortal looks pretty fine, most of them. Not right now, you can see the texture, like just heights and textures. This doesn't look good at all. There are so many things to change. Like, if you will see, like, look at this mountain, look at that mountain. Look at this mountain, look at that mountain. Details? No details. Details. A little bit of details, yeah, also some cliffs are made. There's some trees and stuff. No details. They need to change it everything. They changed it. Originally everything looks like this. If you remember alpha, beta, that all looks like this. Everything looks like this. And still a lot of stuff looks like this. And stuff with this huge empty user space, there should be POIs, like here could be farms, settlements, camps, holes in the ground that lead to dungeons, caves, whatever, anything. Flying creatures, moving creatures, like pastures, whatever, anything. Should be so many objects here. And instead we have emptiness. This all should be changed. No, I'm not I actually enjoy the grass here. I'm not traumatized, but the thing is, if you mention the first model, not many things changed in some places. Like, we know how detailed area between farm and Tinder. It's really good, it's almost finished, I would say. There's still plenty of space to add things, and I hope there will be some things added or dynamic things added, but it's mostly good. And Carved Forest is mostly fine. But this place is one fucking texture with few trees. I know it's steppe, yeah, there are rocks here. The devs actually, through the time, they added more details. There was some groups of tiny rocks, some bigger rocks, like different variants of textures here, some bushes. So yeah, it still looks like step, it's fine, but it's still empty still. Why not to use this landscape? Because there shouldn't be a many people complain about that this riding simulator and it rides so much, but you need to ride a lot. It's not a problem if you non-stop run into something. Like if I'm trying between Tidra and Fabron, or from Fabron to Northern Forest, for example, I'm non-stop run through POIs, through creatures, through outlaws, whatever. I non-stop need to stop and do something. I'm not bored at all. And if you're doing it at company and talking to your friends, damn, that's perfect. It's already fun to do. Even such simple things without really gameplay loops. So, yeah, it can be way better. But even this way it can be fine. So yeah, right now devs definitely should focus on new player experience and keep new players. That's what we need. We apparently will lose many old players anyway. But some things should be changed. Criminal system also should be better. Like murder should be minority, not majority. Because when it's majority, it leads to killing the minority eventually, because they eventually driven away all the newbies. That's what happened right now. There were many moments in the game where people came to play. There were many newbies at some point, but most of them gone because they immediately griefed right after the gates. And logically, you don't need much. You don't need to make games safe. It never will be. It's Smart Online after all. But you should create possibilities, opportunities. Like you should be able to travel with them caravan from town to town that will have few guards and some people can sit there. You also, if you don't like mounted builds, you don't need to be mounted build. You can just ride on a cart or whatever with this caravan. You can travel with them, it's maybe slower. They will travel like each half an hour or something, but you can ride with them. It will be safer, you don't need mounted skills for this. On the way, you can speak with players who join the caravan. You can encounter some people on the road. You might need to protect the caravan because some people decide to kill everyone and rob everyone. So it can be so many things added to this, and to change gameplay drastically in a good way, and will make it safer for newbies. It also can be just them patrols through the roads, because main roads should be safe. Cities are living only because of trained. You cannot build a big city and expect that people will somehow survive. They need tons of food, they need a lot of goods traveling every day inside the town. And this means that roads should be safe, so merchants would be able to realize that they can easily come there. And the only problem would be to pay like a few silvers on entrance. That's the thing. That's how it should be. And newbies mostly travel through the roads. They don't know everything. Like right now we have at least a map, but if you disable the stuff, like you can see rough directions, but you don't have GPS, you don't know exactly where you are. You may try to compare it, but most people would try to follow the roads at the beginning. They usually are. Because roads have signs, you can see like if you need to go to another town, you're just curious maybe to see it, whatever. You can just follow the road, and on the road should be some guards from time to time, some patrols, some guard posts, etc. Because it's a lawful territory, its presence of empire should be here. It should be filmed. Why you don't see it, I have no clue. Because we can see POIs near the roads with skilled and hanged bandits, so apparently someone did it. Sometimes we opposite can see dead patrollers, dead soldiers traveling through the road. You can see robbed caravans, like should be caravans, should be patrollers, should be guards or soldiers from the faction. That should be good. So, I don't know. Crim system should be updated a lot. And I'm afraid that this upgrade that was planned is not enough at all. They added few towers, we don't even see what the guards will be there, it's just towers. Like, I probably instead of going there I can just show it so before I will finish it, because it looks hilarious in comparison. comparison of bandits, griefers, basically bandits by the lore, because well, if you can murdering everyone, robbing everyone around you, damn bandit, outlaw, whatever, someone who's supposed to be hunted by local authorities and hanging on the nearest tree. But instead of living in these camps or cabins in wood or whatever, in those shitholes where we can find bandits in game, actually. You can find any fancy place where bandits live in the game. There is none. There are only some shitholes, shitty camps, where they're just trying to survive, cook some food, and don't die from diarrhea, maybe. Or maybe they die from diarrhea, you don't know. This is for AI 3.0, I suppose. So yeah. And instead we see an opposite, like player bandits, like for example here it's Crimson Beast, Dominion, Vulture bandits, Coordinates, etc. Gives like a murder that just left the game because they griefed everyone around Morningcorn. They have no one to grieve. They just left because they're bored. And we can only hope that others will do it, but some people are stubborn. And even Amerta played it for a couple of years, killing all the newbies around Morningcorn, making it basically a dead zone. And such people basically just ruin an online and bring nothing good to the game. But they have surprised me, even if they behave like bands, they guild leaders killed thousands and thousands of people. They have more than 3,000 of murder count. And they killed population of entire empire. And it's absolutely fine with locals, like I mean locals absolutely fine. Like local authorities absolutely fine with such people. They're allowed to build, soldiers not coming to burn their houses, kill them, hang them, etc. No, nothing like this happens. They're absolutely fine with that. And all what mighty Tendremic Empire, the glorious Tendremic Empire with the God Emperor can do is to build few shitty wooden towers. While these criminals actually have huge settlements with multiple mercenary guards, with steel armored weapons, with stone huge guard towers with also multiple guards on them. They guard criminals, not locals. And they can build just on their own, right near the settlement. They don't give a fuck. And this looks like absolutely broken lore, absolutely broken balance, absolutely broken game. And it doesn't look like it will change really. Yeah, we cannot rely on the fact that people will be nice to each other, etc. People are different. If you allow, there is a reason why in all the mmorpgs it's usually just restricted. You just cannot grief others, because otherwise many people will do. It will be minority, but this minority will fast become majority because it will drive all the friendly players away from the game. That's exactly what happens right now in Mortal. Because we lost a lot of online, and all we have mostly griefers and few guilds that just fighting with each other. We lost all the friendly people mostly. Only a few stubborn hardcore players still staying, that's from friendly players. All the others just, well, killing each other. And it's not a battle royale game. It's not just PvP game, it's a game with PvP, with a world with many possibilities and PvP. Damn, the streets are so orange. I didn't remember that they were so deeply colorful. Yeah, on UE5 this place looks amazing. I'm surprised not that heavy actually, in comparison with some other areas where I was today. Yeah, there should be restrictions, like, it's fine. Also, the restrictions will make it more interesting, because right now, they bored. Like, all those people who drift thousands of newbies away from the game, they just bored, they have nothing to do. It doesn't look like change in gameplay. They have huge settlements, they have tons of loot, they have guard towers, etc., and they just bore it. That's not how the hardcore gameplay of a murderer, of a filthy criminal should look like. It's supposed to survive. It should be hard. It shouldn't be easy. They don't use Kranesh. They just sit in there. They even have Kranesh, by the way, but they don't use it. They don't need it. They can do it even better without this. Like, this clearly shows that the system doesn't work. Like, if they would leave without a person to build anything, really, like maybe place a temporal tent or something, if they would leave basically, imagine you a criminal that live basically with what you have. If you die, you lose everything. Like in this battle areas. Damn, that's fucking beautiful. They really fixed the light. Look at this. No toxic greenish light. It looks really awesome. Such a clean picture. Looks very beautiful. Insanely beautiful. I really like visuals. Looks cool. Imagine seasons here. So yeah, Colonel Nave should be tough one, with many restrictions, and it should be minority of people who actually, pretty hardcore players should be very experienced that should be able to actually sustain the state. Like for average player, it should be suffering and really hard to play as a criminal. It should be challenging, but right now everything benefit for criminals, and that's not how it should be. Oh, the structures degrade. It's Dominion, I guess. Oh no, Dominion degrading. Oh, anyway, yeah. Doesn't look that glorious with degrading structures on Peter. But anyway, looks what feels like criminals that's supposed to have changing gameplay have. They have them tower, huge massive stone tower with guards. They built straight on the roads that lead to the main city. Right near the city, right near the bridge basically. That's a bridge, that's criminals, there's guard, but this guard actually will protect criminals who will try to fight them. And let's see what devs added. That's the furthest away tower they have here. Like, look at this. This shitty wooden plank trash is actually built by mighty Tendremic Empire. Are you amazed? Are you like afraid if one guard of the power of veteran bandit was spawned there? We would fix the problem with dozens of guys in steel armor running around and killing everyone. I sincerely doubt about that. Will be there any patrols between the towers or something? That's also unclear. Low risk, high risk. Yeah, that's what he maybe want to finally bring to the game, and I sincerely hope that he will. But for now, I don't see how it will work. If there will be big patrols of guards here, yeah, maybe it will help. Outside of it, nothing will change. People will come in even to the city and kill guards near the gates, and then slaughtering everyone around, because they can. And they don't need even many people for this. And apparently everyone who turned through this road always dying and being griefed here. All the damn time. And those should be fixed. Like, where is the towers here? Somewhere. Where is the patrols or anything? All the stuff belong to griefers. And look at this trash, like... all this problem, like, look at this. Like, they just jumping up and say there was earthquake, jumping near an earthquake, yeah. Like... why this is allowed in game? Like, it doesn't look like it's supposed to be. It's flying table poking through the wall. You normally can't even place it like this. It's fucking exploits, and absolutely fine for this. They're trying to tell us about risky gameplay for criminals, whatever. Like, and this is a perfect role for newbies. You literally can find nodes that lead you through this place. Like, newbie will read this, oh yeah, cool, there is some lore, there are some ways to go, cool, I will go there, and they immediately obliterate it in this place. The whole road is blocked by griffins. Good luck traveling somewhere. And if you go and if you're smart, you go in the other way, and then you enter in their base basically. So it's just like another, this guy's griffin in town. They using their spiritist elements, the spawn with one portion of reagents, and they just cast a spell until guards will be able to even attack them. And that's it. They also found some exploit to remove all the guards. They aggro in all the guards now in sewers, and there are no guards patrolling the streets. And then they start their shenanigans again. So it's the game literally griefed non-stop, exploited in any ways, and nothing done with it. And Henrik should be damn serious to fix it. Otherwise it will be the same situation as with first Myrtle. We just lose all the population. Because most of the population that we have right now, it's people that still have some hope for the game. People that hope that online will start growing. But even all these guys are living. Most of the murderers, many of them griefers as well. Yep, exactly. Starbound doesn't do it. That's the problem. They need to be really strict. If they want to grow populations, they need to keep new players and focus on them. So they will stay in game. But if they griefed, if they exploit it in the middle of the town, like, okay. It will not lead to anything good. Why is the place hit tower? I don't know. Maybe to protect fishermen, really. I'm not sure. Because this tower will not change anything. And if you fishing, if you start fishing here, you still can be shot easily from the other side. No problems. And someone can crown hands your stuff in the water and move away. It will not change anything. And you don't even need to crown hands. You can just come and take it. Because, okay, there will be one archer in this tower. What he would do? Shoot at you? Oh no, 20 damage. What can you do? Outside of just ignoring it. So it just doesn't look like they're trying to fix the situation. Like, people griefed non-stop in this place, for example. Is there any towers or patrols, anything here? This tower belongs to Faber now. There are NPC trading book there. They have no guards there. And murderers killing everyone here on this road. Logic is there should be some patrols, there should be some protection tower if there are some actual workers there, librarians. They're pretty high ranked in society people. And they work there without any guards. So it's supposed to be safe here then? But it's not safe at all. Because all these houses belong to griefers, except for maybe few. Because all the settlements belong to local RPK guilds that go into sewers and slaughtering every newbie they will find. Or griffin graveyards or whatever. It clearly shows that it's just... system doesn't work. That's it. It needs to be huge and change it. Even red names don't change much, because you still can go in town, you still can jump between duelists, for example. They will hit you, then you'll slaughter them. And even if you get in troubles, your friends will heal you or whatever. Because it's not against the rules. It's just broken in many ways. And I'm afraid that this will be the demise of the game if the devs will not understand. And I cannot understand why they don't understand. Maybe because they don't play the game. Because if you play at least a little bit, you understand all those flaws, you can see them. Why is it that's weird? Why is the horse jumping non-stop? Yeah, look at the horse. Just jumping. It's not normal. Change the way how it works. So yeah, like overall the game should be fine in general, but if new player experience will not be fixed, you'll lose all the new players that will get through marketing, and devs will spend all the money on marketing and run out of this money. And what we'll do after it, I don't know. It's still, the game will not die. The game always will have some population. But the problem is, even with the sea, the many cities became ghost towns because people moved to their settlements. And many mechanics doesn't work correctly right now because of too low population. And many mechanics shouldn't be added because they will separate people even more. So it cripples the game. So eventually it may become too broken to continue if there will be too low population. Because this game was created in mind with thousands of players on each content. Because you can see it by the size and how it works. But criminal system, Henrik too afraid to lose all these old griefers that anyway bored to death already. But actually if you want to keep them in game, just make them arena. They will be busy. Regular arena, tournaments, events, and they will be busy all the time. Yes, they're afraid to lose them, but they already lost most of them. Even Emerta left the game. I would never expect that they ever leave the game, but they did. They're too afraid to lose these few hundreds, but they will get so much more. They already get so much more. We had 2,000 of online at some point, and at that point it was so nice to play. Griefers weren't a problem at that point, because there were too many new players. Too many people ready to unite and fight these griefers. Because we get enough promotion stuff, and there are a bunch of friendly guilds around that trying to find all the griefers, keeping them in pay. But eventually everything was lost, because all these friendly guilds eventually were burned because there are not enough content in the game, and then lost, leave the game, and new players were left versus griefers alone, mostly. And were griefed away through all the cities. Like, it's not normal when you just live in a town, I know, in MK, just run down the stairs and immediately getting shots from under the stairs, and adjacent bush from 3 meters away, there is a tamed bear or Paladin running on you, your earthquake, etc. Like, it's not a normal situation. Guards standing like in 30 meters away from this. Like, it's not normal. The same here, you run through the bridge, you immediately get into trouble. Like, everywhere. It's not how it should be. It's only, first of all, it's broken by the lore and what we can see in game from PvE side, because Banes don't live like this, they don't have that much power, and there's supposed to be faction presence, but there is no faction presence, so yeah, anything's broken. Like, on release the game will be fine for some time, but if nothing will be changed, all the new players will be eventually griefed. And advertising the game as they still do on Steam page. Like, oh, come on, this is a grief fest simulator. You can kill everyone looter, a full loot system. Come on. Nothing about how the game actually huge, have different mechanics, interesting things, and only somewhere mentioned PvP and stuff. No, it's PvP game, come on. Go and do full loot stuff. Hello. It's not how it should be as well. Especially because Henrik himself, even starting from 2 years ago, mentioned like, Mortal is not PvP game, it's a full-scale mmorpg with PvP mechanics. We don't have Paladin armies, that's the problem. It's way easier to be griefers than be a Paladin. That's why there will be always many griefers and not many Paladins. So yeah. We still did a lot, like I think we helped a lot of people to stay in game through the time. Because each time there are some griefers, it's like a job, you just go in and people gathering around you and you fight until they all will be vanquished. You keep them at least busy so they can kill others. And also eventually killing them, so yeah. Oh my griefer, what do you mean? Why? It doesn't mean that there are only paladins and griefers in this game. There are many neutral players, like there are many officially kind RPG guilds. Well, just guilds without restrictions. And they don't attack all the people on site. Like, they just... There are some more instances guilds than any guilds, but they just guilds. If you keep in nice relationships with them, they will not touch you ever. So the game mostly about your reputation and what you decide to do. You can be cocky and fight everyone, or you can be friendly and nice. You can be just silent and neutral and hope for good. You can avoid all the main roads, etc. You have a choice, and that's why the game is actually good. But the thing is, griefers don't give you a choice. You just live in the gates and immediately grift. And some people can endure it. Some people, like, I have no problems myself with this. Like, I don't like it, but it doesn't prevent me to become rich. I can easily find many other roads. I will think how to live it, how to avoid it, how to trick them, etc. It's not a problem for me, it's just another obstacle on the way. But majority of people are not like that. They will not struggle. Why they should struggle if they just start playing? They didn't find what actually interesting in the game. They saw, okay, first person there, that's funny, but well, if you need to struggle through all this, why I need it? If they would play more, they maybe would find something that they really value in the game. That's what makes this game unique for them. But if they will not get the chance to actually find it, they will not stay. They will just leave and play something else. Yeah, I can agree. They basically listen to all the trolls and bullies. And they should understand that making a game for them is not profitable and not fun for themselves. Like, all they get in backward is... Like, I saw all the streams of Henrik, because apparently I'm streaming, I'm listening to his streams. He was most of the time upset. He ignored many comments, but he often still struggle answering some moronic questions, some ridiculous things that people write in that hate the game or whatever, like hate him personally, I don't know. And this place, anyway, griefers in games, they just kill people, they burn it, etc. It's not beneficial to make the game like this. Population will always be small. Because any new people who are interested actually by this world, by all the things that Henrik liked to talk about, they cannot play the game. They just trying for a bit, losing everything a few times and leaving the game. That's it. You can read reviews, most of them about this. Most of the negative reviews about exactly this. It's not mystery. Henrik afraid that if he'll... Well, my assumption, of course. It's not like truth. It's just my assumption that Henrik afraid that if they will decide to like be too harsh to criminals, of those criminals, as they usually do, will call this game too casual and leave the game. But it still will be minority. Nothing will prevent you fighting freely between guilds, fighting for assets, fighting in dungeons, getting keeps, etc. Nothing will prevent you from this. And Henrik should remember this. Like, if you make a harsh system for just noob killers, well, who cares? You will lose couple hundreds online, okay. But all these hundreds online and thousands online that you will get in future, they will stay in game. This will be way bigger than any amount of griefers ever will be. Majority of people are greys, and not by like criminal grey. I mean, the grey by they are real. They can be good, they can be bad. They mostly neutral. They mostly just a little bit agonistic. It's fine. Most of them not griefers. They can just do different stuff. Can be good at some, they can be bad at another. But they are majority anyway. And griefers are just small, loud minority that shouldn't be listened, because they don't lead to anything good. They cannot make anything, they can only destroy. Like, what's the point of listening to all of the social bans? I have no idea. Only too afraid to lose like everything, but Henrik should rethink everything. He will not lose population of the game. And all this tons of newbies that I saw through the game, they actually will stay in game. Yeah, exploits and stuff also should be punished heavily. Everyone who is involved should be not get just warned, they should be then punished, like permanently. If something was done on purpose and really like cripple someone's gameplay, well, permaban. Because right now it's hard even to understand what is exploit. Because you run around, things are glitching through the walls, people glitching through the walls, some people being trapped in them houses, it's ridiculous mechanic. You can break the fucking window, you can be just easily trapped inside, you can't open the door, you can't do anything. It's the most stupid mechanic. Like, people try and abuse it, just they unfinished structures to shoot from roofs. They doing everything they can. They poking outside of houses, furniture to jump on it, parkour on it, I don't know. And so it looks glitchy, it breaks immersion, it's just not cool. Like, people, I know, stabbing you by looking away from you, staying back to you because it still will count somehow. Like, it's also breaking combat a lot. The guy just coming to you, turn away from you, and just stabbing air away from you and killing you. Like, is this how it's intended to be? Is it exploit or not? Like, what is this? Like, whatever these griffers do, they not allowed to do this in other games, in other mmorpgs. And surprise, surprise, these mmorpgs have a lot of players, more than Mortal Online. So maybe you shouldn't listen to griffers and actually should ban all the exploiters and just make the game for everyone. Yeah, but I can agree. The thing is, if you're making... There's one nuance in case of Mortal. If you make a sandbox with many mechanics, where like you basically stimulate players to think how they can do whatever they want, it apparently will lead to people finding exploits, to people glitching through something, finding some weird roads, etc. Because you stimulate, the game stimulates them to do it. Because, well, it's beneficial for players who are actually thinking. Because if you're not thinking, you go and kill walkers and graveyard, because that's the only things that game teach you. But if you actually start thinking, you start doing very different things. And of course it will stimulate people to find some weaknesses in systems and use them for their benefit. Or at least just find something optimal things to do. It's not bad, it's just how it is. And yeah, that's why the game should be very polished, exploits should be bannable, and devs should try to test everything always, and should have strict rules on every single matter. Because until someone breaking through officially, they just absolutely fine to abuse whatever they can do. And if it looks broken for players, it's not restricted. But it should be if it looks broken. Like all those Griffin towns, like imagine they will add Silvery and Illusionists that Henrik mentioned today. Perfect. It will lead to so much Griffins that even people who used to current Mortal situation, they would just leave the game. There will be very few people who just grief each other. Everyone else would just leave the game. Because even now this bomb is just annoying. I don't know, I can just come to bank, it's absolutely safe, there are guards everywhere. I went for a cup of tea and returned, my horse will be dead, for example, because someone casted fucking Elimintism in the bank. Why he's even allowed in this place still? Like, it's so annoying. And they doing it even when they're not allowed, because there are many spots where you can, I know, open portal, enter, you will be great, but no guards will attack you, you'll have enough time to cast a spell, and then voila, many people dead. I've seen it all the time. All system like this should be somehow balanced, fixed, restricted from Griffin. But we don't have anything like this. I can only hope that there will be some guards patrols and stuff to at least help people to at least not die immediately once they spawn in. Also, huge work supposed to be in Haven, but looks like there will be nothing for release. I'm glad that Henrik already mentioned that they want to change Haven, but damn, they need to do a lot of work. If they would do really good job on Haven, where you actually go through tutorial, testing different mechanics, where you 100% should die. Some quests at the beginning should lead you to die, and then the game should start actually showing the real face. Explain you died, it's normal, you have plenty of ways to recover, everyone died, everyone is mortal in Mortal 9. That's why it's called like this. So that's the ways how you can recover and make yourself even stronger in a very short time. And the game should teach you, show you multiple ways how to recover. So people, even if they grieved, they'll understand that they can actually easily recover. They can have easily get resources, craft anything, whatever they want, or find someone who can craft for them, or buy this on broker. There's no broker in Heaven. You can bring the resources to broker, for example. If you don't want to do any crafting, and there are many people like this, they don't want to go deep into the stuff, they don't want to study stats of materials, whatever. They just want to go and crush some skulls for fun, but don't want to interfere with others, for example. Or they want to go for adventures, whatever. They just need abilities to them gather whatever they will gather on the way and no painted hands. Just sell them and buy the stuff from broker. That's what people who understand how the game works usually do as well. They just run around, kill some things, send the loot, buying the gear, and they are happier with that. But the game doesn't teach you this. It doesn't explain that you can do it. It doesn't show how easy actually it is to do. Because for many people this game feels like a very hardcore experience, but it's actually not. The game is very easy. You can become rich very easy now, but people just don't understand that. It's also draining many people away. They think that there is no normal ways, that you need to grind your ass on shitty graveyard. It's boring as hell. And they also will be griefed in process. Like, of course they live in the game. Yeah, it takes time, of course. Of course. But as always, should be priorities. If we anyway not getting any content, then this should be priority, at least, to keep new players. Because if there will be new players, this game is about interactions. They will interact with each other and population will grow. And there wasn't so heavy a situation with Griffin, the population was way higher. But without new content and with constant Griffin, we lost all this population eventually. Because the game grew from 650 or so of population and grew to 2000 plus. That's pretty good result, I would say. Without any marketing, basically. They just dropped few small trailers of patches that were shown on few channels on YouTube, I suppose. That's the whole advertisement. And it was enough for the game to grow. So they just need to fix the problem with new experience with griffers, with stuff like this, and voila, the game will work. Just add content, be happier. I can only hope that it will be like this, but I'm not so sure. Well, I don't know. Damn. Can I just leave fast? It's Peter anyway. I don't have anything to do in Peter anyway. No, it doesn't work like this. No. Okay, let's try to, I don't know, whatever. It will be faster than 2 minutes waiting, I guess. So yeah, That was a new long stream. And I really need a good sleep. Of course, I'm more positive usually when I'm sleeping nicely. But positiveness or not, it doesn't change the facts. So, yeah. It's still a questionable situation of where we are right now. But, well, I can only hope that the devs understand everything we maybe don't know something. But it's usually too optimistic, actually. But anyway, we'll see. In any case, we can hope that the devs will be... Oh, not the devs. Griffers will be too bored. It will be a bit more inconvenient with new guards. And they finally will start leaving the game, and eventually problem will solve itself, at least temporarily. And through this time, eventually Haven will be updated, things will be changed, and the game will become better. How funny. Yeah, you just need to not drive them away, and the players will continue making content just on its own. It's sandbox after all. So, anyway. They don't have to leave. They will leave just because they burned. That's what may happen, and that's what already happened. That's why we lose online non-stop. Because we don't get new players mostly. We're just losing what we have. Because people burned. Many guilds are quite dead right now. Big guilds. That we thought that they will stay for a long time, but they weren't assimilated by other guilds, they just left. And it's a common problem with almost every guild right now. So, it's just how it is. Even if some people are living waiting for a date, so we'll see. But I have nothing against random killers. They should be in game. It just should be changing for them. But right now it's changing for their victims, not for them. And that's what should be changed. So, let's finish for today. We can see next time. So, basically tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow should be this PvP training, by the way. Yeah, it's Thursday. Yep. So if you want some PvP, there will be House of PvP tomorrow. So, thank you for watching and see you next time. Bye bye and good night.